Conta do colégio, Sir Peter Marx falando. E bem-vindos ao Assistindo Porcaria, mas Posicionamento Ridiculamente Questionável da Webcam 46, dia 15 de 7 de 2025, último dia das minhas férias, sei lá o que 15. Ai, ai, ai.
So the internet is full of conspiracies, especially when it comes to kids media. The Rugrats hallucination theory, the ashes in a coma theory from Pokemon, the theory that each character from Winnie the Pooh represents a different mental illness. There's no shortage of conspiracies about cute innocent kids shows secretly having a dark
Não,
side,
essas
which brings us
caralhadas
to
aí
Peppa Pig. This year, Mummy Pig, the mother of the popular British cartoon character Peppa Pig, announced that she was pregnant on live TV before appearing in several magazine articles and podcasts to talk about the pregnancy. While most people took it at face value as a fun and silly marketing stunt for the show, others went down a conspiratorial rabbit hole claiming that the fictional pigs were pushing pro-birth government propaganda. Is there any truth to the rumors online that Peppa Pig's baby sister is political propaganda, or is it just a case of an out-of-touch brand trying to be cute and relatable? Let's dive into the rabbit hole. Before we jump into everything, I just want to give a huge thank you to Squarespace for sponsoring this video. Squarespace is the all-in-one website platform for creators to stand out and succeed online. Whether you're just starting out or managing a growing brand, Squarespace makes it easy to create a beautiful website and engage with your audience. With Squarespace's intuitive drag and drop editing, beautiful styling options, tons of visual design effects, and a whole library of templates, literally anyone can build an epic custom website to fit their needs. Not only can you sell products, but Squarespace makes it easy to sell services and get paid all in one place. From consultations to events and experiences, you can attract clients and grow your business with Squarespace. And for that extra professional touch, Squarespace Domains is a great way of giving your site a unique name. Every Squarespace domain comes with advanced privacy and security tools included to ensure that your domain remains online and protected. Squarespace provides everything you need to bring more of your dream to life, whether that means building a website or adding a professional email service. Go to squarespace.com for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/izzies to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. A huge thank you to Squarespace for sponsoring this video, and now let's continue with the video. Peppa Pig is an animated show aimed at preschoolers and young children, which follows 4-year-old Peppa Pig and her family as they go about their daily lives in the fictional neighborhood of Peppa Town. The family consists of Mummy Pig, Daddy Pig, Peppa, and her younger brother George, as well as a whole cast of secondary characters, including friends, teachers, and relatives. While it may look like a quaint little kids show, make no mistake, Peppa Pig is a multi-billion-dollar media empire. The show first aired back in 2004, and over 20 years later, in 2024, was named the 4th most in-demand kids show worldwide, which goes to show how much staying power it has. In 2019 alone, the Peppa Pig brand brought in over $1 billion USD in retail sales worldwide. Toys and merchandise is where the bulk of the Peppa fortune is earned, with thousands of Peppa and George dolls flying off the shelf, among other products including clothing, Crocs, clocks, Monopoly, easels, tents, microphones, and more. There's even an official Peppa Pig theme park, Peppa Pig World, which was famously visited by ex-PM Boris Johnson.
Forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive me. Yesterday I went, as we all must, to Peppa Pig World. Peppa Pig World is very much my kind of place.
Honestly, looking at the park map, I get why Bojo was so choked up about it. The place looks lit. Peppa Pig is so popular on such a global scale that the show's been reported to have caused thousands of American children to adopt English accents. You know, mummy, tomato, all those things that us non-American freaks say. But it's not all sunshine and rainbows in Peppa Town, and there have been a few incidents over the years that have raised eyebrows. In 2017, an episode where Daddy Pig said that spiders can't hurt you was banned in Australia, where spiders very much can hurt you.
There's no need to be afraid, Peppa. Spiders are very, very small, and they can't hurt you.
And in 2022, there was an extremely stupid controversy over the show adding a same-sex couple. According to trusted news source, the National Catholic Register, the show was the latest victim of the LGBT ideology. God, I hope Peppa Pig doesn't make my 3-year-old gay. Most recently, viewers have called into question the regular fat shaming that Daddy Pig experiences on the show, with a quote from the Peppa Pig World website reading, quote, "Peppa Pig is a lovable but slightly bossy little pig. She is 4 years old and lives with Mummy Pig, Daddy Pig, and her little brother George. Peppa is always making fun of her daddy because he has a big tummy. She encourages him to exercise and once challenged him to do 100 press-ups. I guess we have no choice. We have to kill Peppa Pig. Aside from these issues, however, the show has remained largely uncontroversial and stuck to more or less the same formula for the last 20 years. That is, until this year, 2025, when a surprise announcement came that would change the show forever. Mummy Pig was pregnant. So Mummy Pig is pregnant and Peppa's gonna have a new sibling. This is classic kids show fare. These kinds of storylines can help guide kids through what can be a difficult life transition. You know, a new baby in the house can be fun and exciting, but it can also be new and scary and evoke feelings of jealousy or even sadness. That's all normal. What isn't normal is the extremely bizarre way that all of this was announced. On February 27th of 2025, a special announcement was broadcast on Good Morning Britain, a popular morning TV show that features news, guests, and political debates. Mummy Pig joined host Richard Arnold live from Peppa Town, where she made the big announcement.
I'm excited to share that our family is getting even bigger because we're having another baby! I'm due in the summer and we're all so excited.
That is amazing! Congratulations!
Like I said earlier, the new sibling plotline has been done on countless kids shows, but never before has it been presented as an influencer-style pregnancy announcement on a nationwide breakfast news show. It was bizarre, and it was only going to get weirder as Mummy Pig went on a pregnancy PR tour across Britain. As news quickly spread and was covered by other mainstream news channels,
The mother of children's character Peppa Pig has announced somehow that she's pregnant.
Mummy Pig made her next media appearance on the podcast Not Gonna Lie with Kylie Kelsey. On April 25th, there was a gender reveal at Battersea Power Station with the chimneys lighting up pink to confirm that the baby would be a girl. This was, again, covered by Good Morning Britain. Following this, Mummy Pig did an exclusive interview with Grazia magazine, complete with a pregnancy photo shoot. The article claimed that she was, quote, glowing and cradling her bump as they did the interview, in which she discussed pregnancy cravings, Daddy Pig being a supportive partner, her feelings on being pregnant for the third time, and even how she planned to navigate finances amidst the UK cost of living crisis. Incredible journalism. On May 20th, Good Morning Britain announced the birth of the new baby, who had been quote-unquote born at 5:34 a.m. that day, earlier than her due date.
Daddy Pig has just shared these pictures with me.
Exclusive pictures showed Mummy Pig and the family in the hospital with the new baby, who was named Evie. The birth was even announced by a town crier in traditional English fashion, which was posted to the official Peppa Pig TikTok account.
Long live Evie Pig!
Naturally, this whole pregnancy PR campaign went viral online, with many playfully mocking it and pointing out how ridiculous it was that it was regularly making national headlines. Others simply took it as a silly joke and a pleasant distraction from an otherwise extremely depressing news cycle. But for others, the story was far from lighthearted, and they began to go down a rabbit hole. Or should I say, pig hole. No, I shouldn't. One of the earliest TikToks hinting at a conspiracy behind Peppa Pig was posted on March 1st of 2025 by a user called Karen Space and has over 1.6 million views. Hate to break it to you all, but Mummy Pig is only pregnant because birth rates are on the decline. This is a publicity stunt trying to convince women that the only way to be happy is to have a baby. The comments were understandably skeptical of this claim. I don't think anyone's going to get pregnant because Mummy Pig, a fictional animal from a kids show, is pregnant. Or maybe we could just be happy for Mummy Pig? How about that? I don't think a grown woman without kids is watching Peppa Pig, mate. I love that you've imagined the government in a big room thinking about how to increase the birth rate, and one of them goes, I got it, and rings up the Peppa Pig studio. Despite the pushback, the conspiracy only grew from there. A few days later, on March the 8th, another video was uploaded by a user called Charlotte Hooks, which went more in depth into the conspiracy.
Recently, Mummy Pig went onto the news and announced that she was pregnant. Kind of funny, kind of stupid. But the more I consider it, the more I think that this is a political move and to try and subconsciously get women to have more children.
She ends the video by stating that the pregnancy stunt is meant to look lighthearted and silly to distract from the fact that it is legitimate propaganda. Interestingly, the comments on this video are far more receptive to the theory, agreeing with Charlotte that there's something off about the whole campaign. I think so too. The level of coverage it got with the media was crazy. It's just a toddler's TV show, so why was the story covered by seemingly every news source in the UK? I think it's propaganda for kids. I believe it's actually aimed at the little girls watching. Nowadays we tend to tell girls they can be whatever they want. I haven't heard being a mum as a dream job in years. Children are going to watch it and want a new baby brother/sister like Peppa. They'll ask their parents and maybe they'll consider it. The theory soon breached TikTok containment and made it to other corners of the internet. A post was made on the r/Daniel Tiger conspiracy subreddit, a place for parents to shitpost and make up silly theories about shows that their kids watch, discussing Peppa's new baby sister. I'm convinced that Peppa Pig is propaganda for making more babies. How so? Up until Mummy Pig got pregnant, there was only one other baby, baby Alexander, and he was a little shit that everyone hated. Sounds like an argument for birth control, to be honest. Just how perfect of a big sister Peppa is to George. My wife sees it and is like, aw, see, don't you think our kid would be a good big sister too? Others pointed out that according to those official hospital pics that Daddy Pig shared, baby Evie had been born at St. Mary's Hospital in the private Lindo wing instead of through the publicly funded health service in the UK, the NHS. It costs between 7 to 10k to give birth here, which is kind of hilarious in light of Mummy Pig's comments to Grazia magazine about struggling during the cost of living crisis. Had no idea that the Pig family had private maternity hospital levels of wealth. So the Pig family are too good for the NHS? This is so culty, hahaha. Soon news articles were coming out slamming the Pig family for their expensive choice in healthcare. An MSN article crunched the numbers trying to figure out if the family's salary could even realistically cover healthcare like this, and an article by Katie Tobin in Slate criticized the creators of Peppa Pig for an out-of-touch decision like this in light of the financial crisis. Quote, "That Mummy Pig went private instead of championing the NHS feels like a pointed slight against the overburdened public services that so many parents depend on." This Slate article was the first major mainstream news outlet to cover the previously obscure pro-birth conspiracy, suggesting that there was more serious propaganda at play. Tobin noted that Evie's birth aligned with what she called very alarming culture shifts in the UK, including calls to reform abortion law and a rise in gender essentialism. Tobin wrote in part, quote, "Big gender reveal parties aren't really the done thing in the UK. To have one this size and scale now feels very sinister to me, and that's setting aside the fact that this is for an imaginary pig. It's as if Peppa Pig the brand has been quietly drafted into an attempted national spectacle of gender essentialism. Why and how has this bit gone so far? Having spent the past 5 years or so researching reproductive rights in fiction, I suspect this is some kind of pro-life, pro-natalist propaganda for Brits. I'm not alone. This is the resounding conclusion among my friends and anyone I've spoken to about it." The Peppa Pig pro-birth conspiracy had made it to the mainstream, and it was
Você só conversa com gente esquisita, claro que vai chegar
Now
nessas
it was
conclusões.
right-wing gender essentialist propaganda, pro-royalist, anti-free healthcare, the list goes on. But how deep does this rabbit hole go, and is there actually any truth to it? Pronatalism, or just natalism, is the belief that birthing and raising children is important to society and should be widely encouraged. Some natalists who are on the more extreme side even see it as an obligation. While natalism has been around in some form or another throughout history for a variety of reasons, there's been a huge rise in the movement in recent times. You've probably seen TikToks or tweets talking about making a return to traditional values, living in the country and raising chickens with your trad wife and 5 sons. You know, women should be in the kitchen and men should be in the crypto mines, just like our ancestors intended. Unsurprisingly, this right-wing return content is often very gender essentialist and pro-natalist, pushing the idea that men should work while women should provide them with large families and look after the home. And this isn't some obscure belief either. Tons of influential high-ranking political figures have begun expressing openly pro-natalist beliefs, including famous idiot Elon Musk, who claimed that the declining birth rate posed a greater threat to humanity than global warming, which is certainly a thing that he said. As journalist Faye White describes in a TikTok breaking down the Peppa Pig conspiracy, the fertility rate in England and Wales dropped to a 4-decade low in 2023, with 591,000 babies born in the UK, the lowest rate since 1977. While the conspiracy that Peppa Pig, of all things, is secretly government propaganda sounds ridiculous, with the recent rise in mainstream pro-natalist beliefs and how powerful social media is as a tool to push propaganda, I think it's worth investigating at least a little further. On a TikTok about the conspiracy, one user called Will commented, quote, "The people who funded that episode are a group whose goal is to increase birthing rates in the UK. That's why people think it's weird." I've heard this claim a few times, and firstly, to clear everything up, there isn't just one episode about the baby. There are actually 10 episodes about the new baby, which has been released as a movie called Peppa Meets the Baby, which is currently showing in theaters. And secondly, as far as I can tell, there's no proof of this claim whatsoever. From the IMDb page, we can see that it was produced by Hasbro and released by Trafalgar Releasing, neither of which had anything to do with increasing birth rates in the UK. It's very possible that this user was thinking about the National Childbirth Trust, which didn't fund anything but was an official partner for Peppa Pig during this campaign. TikTok user Sissyfist commented, quote, "My friend works for NCT, National Childbirth Trust, and Peppa Pig has just joined a partnership with them. Very bizarre behavior." This is one of the biggest talking points when it comes to the Peppa Pig pro-birth conspiracy, and bizarrely enough, it's true. The NCT is a charity that supports new and expectant parents through pregnancy, childbirth, and early childhood, offering antenatal and postnatal classes as well as general advice. When Mummy Pig's pregnancy was announced, the charity made a post on Instagram reading, quote, "Congratulations to Peppa Pig's family. Mummy and Daddy Pig have just announced that they are expecting baby number 3. As at official Peppa and her family embark on big changes, NCT is thrilled to have been chosen as their pregnancy and parenting charity partner. As millions of parents across the UK watch this iconic family journey through pregnancy, birth, and early life of the baby, we'll be on hand to offer real-life support. In a press release about the partnership, the NCT elaborated, quote, "With the generous support of Peppa Pig, parents in the UK who, like Mummy and Daddy Pig, are expecting another baby in the family can access a free place on one of NCT's online antenatal refresher courses over the next 6 months. The course is designed to support growing families and includes learning how to introduce older siblings to your newborn and preparing for changes that a new baby can bring to family life." The fact that Peppa Pig, a cartoon aimed at 4 to 6-year-olds, has an official pregnancy partner has raised red flags for a lot of people. On one hand, to be fair, the NCT is a charity, so they're not secretly funding Peppa Pig. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Events like the gender reveal at Battersea Power Station were actually fundraising events for the NCT so they could provide more resources to parents. As for the NCT itself, as far as I can tell, their main focus seems to be on helping parents who are already interested in getting pregnant or already pregnant. Obviously, propaganda is subtle and not always identifiable, but to me, it doesn't seem like there's too much here. On the other hand, the whole NCT campaign is just kind of weird. The combination of the Peppa Pig movie being about the joys of getting a new baby sibling, combined with tons of anecdotes about how watching the show made kids or partners start asking for a new baby, combined with the fact that the NCT is using the Peppa Pig brand to offer free courses for new parents. Even if there's nothing there, the optics are a little odd. Another very strange partnership can be found on Peppa Pig's official Facebook page, quote, sorry, I just realized there was a giant beam of light on my face the whole time, so sorry about that. Another very strange partnership can be found on Peppa Pig's official Facebook page, quote, "We're positively overjoyed. Thanks Mummy and Daddy Pig for sharing your special #ClearBloomConfirmed moment. Nothing like the emotions of finding out you're expecting baby number 3. The accompanying photo shows Mummy Pig holding up a pregnancy test while Daddy Pig holds up a branded clear blue box in the background. So this is wild. It's one thing for a kid's brand to partner with a charity to bring resources to new parents, but using cute cartoon characters to shill branded pregnancy tests feels weird at best and downright dystopian at worst. There's nothing wrong with selling or advertising these kinds of products, obviously, but using a cartoon aimed at 4 to 6-year-olds to sell a product that is solely and only designed for adults to use feels really weird, no matter how many parents out there relate to Mummy and Daddy Pig. Mummy Pig's pregnancy PR campaign was carefully coordinated by marketing and PR company Pretty Green, who has also worked with huge global brands like Amazon Music, Disney, Audible, and of course Hasbro, who owns Peppa Pig. They elaborated on their intentions behind the campaign on their website, writing, quote, "Breaking the fourth wall, we secured a primetime live TV interview on Good Morning Britain, where Mummy Pig dialed in to announce that she's expecting a 3rd piglet, collaborating with the broadcast team to script, animate, and produce the exclusive segment. Leaning into internet culture and humor, we transformed this animated milestone into a viral moment by recreating iconic celebrity pregnancy announcements alongside family photos and a sonogram. It provided media, influencers, and earned outlets alike with a rich content library to amplify the story, culminating into a highly shareable global cross-channel campaign." You guys ever read something that's so couched in this disgusting influencer marketing lingo that it makes you shiver? What do you mean, rich content library? It's a fictional pig getting pregnant. Anyway, from this description, it seems like the weird influencer vibe of the pregnancy announcement was intentional, inspired by real-life celebrity pregnancies. The live TV pregnancy announcement, magazine photo shoot and article, and even the paid sponsored content can be compared to real-life celebrities and influencers who often sensationalize and monetize their own pregnancy journeys. And since Peppa Pig is so embedded in UK culture, it's no surprise that the pregnancy campaign drew heavily from the royal family, specifically the births of William and Kate's children. I mean, Mummy Pig literally gave birth in the same hospital wing that Kate did, and the constant sensational media coverage of the birth felt very reminiscent of the royal birth.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! We welcome the couple dishes. A baby of the Royal Highness Mummy and Daddy Pig.
While the Mummy Pig pregnancy PR campaign by Pretty Green feels weird and dystopian in that way that only viral influencer marketing can, I mean, just look at this clear blue picture and tell me that it doesn't make you feel weird inside. Look at it, come on. At the end of the day, there's nothing to suggest any solid links to any pro-natalist groups. To be fair, I guess the fact that Peppa Pig itself is linked to the MCT, which is a charity based solely around birth and raising children, could be seen as pro-natalist, but I don't necessarily think that every charity that's related to giving parents resources is pro-natalist. You have to look at the deeper context, and for me personally, there was nothing to suggest anything untoward, though obviously that's just my personal interpretation. Reddit and TikTok are filled with dumb conspiracies, and it may seem ridiculous to even entertain this theory that Peppa Pig is secretly government propaganda, but also, we live in a society. In this day and age, everything is commodified and covertly sold to us through subtle influencer marketing and viral trends, so is it really that crazy to believe that there might be some subtle messaging in kids media too? And look, conspiracies can be a slippery slope, and I don't want to outright state that this theory is or isn't true, because at the end of the day, we don't know. But one thing that we do know, and something that I've picked up on as I've made this video, is that conspiracies aside, there is something kind of unsettling going on with Peppa Pig. The fictional family's sponsored pregnancy test posts, the weird influencer PR campaign, the strange canonical inclusion of expensive private healthcare and links to the royal family.
Eu achei bem legal, Ted. Gostei.
Uma pegada bem árabe, né? Um pouco, né? Coisa de notas, né?
Going back to that Slate article we covered earlier, as well as a lot of general criticisms of the depiction of family life, many think that the show is increasingly promoting this kind of middle-class, soft-right lifestyle and values that are becoming more prevalent in the UK. From the Slate article, quote, "I wouldn't call Mummy Pig a trad wife by any means, but it bears noting that the Peppa Pig World website doesn't deign to list any paternal duties under the FAQ, what is Daddy Pig's job? Mummy Pig, meanwhile, is restricted to a vague work-from-home role and, of course, looking after her little piggies, Peppa and George. I think this distinction in how the two pigs are discussed matters. While it valorizes the mother's labor as natural, instinctive, and duty-bound, Daddy Pig becomes a kind of comic auxiliary to the nuclear unit. Gender essentialism, the glamorization of the trad wife lifestyle, the gradual slide to the right we see on mainstream media platforms, all of these things are becoming baked into our society at this point in time. As bizarre as it sounds, it makes sense that these things would eventually make their way into kids' media, including Peppa Pig. At the end of the day, it's up to you whether you believe in this pro-birth conspiracy propaganda, but there's one thing that we can all agree on. There should not have been this much media coverage of a mummy and daddy pig doing it. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I really hope that you enjoyed that video topic. I loved covering it. It is such a wild topic that I'm so curious to hear what you guys think. Do you believe it? Do you not believe it? Have you seen any proof that I didn't include in this video? Please chime in below. Let me know if there are any
E aí, fanfarrão, quer ser tão fedido quanto eu? Olha, o patrocinador não vai gostar disso. Então saca suas camisetas na coluna. Mas como? É a clássica gamer azul que uso em todos os vídeos desde 2011. Cena nojenta. Mas também temos outros modelos, como essa do diagrama do controle do Nintendo 64, em homenagem ao Zerando 64, a série Desafio Direto dos jogos do Nintendo 64. E essa dos vilões da saga Vinete, feita pela mesma artista das thumbnails dos vídeos. E chegou agora a estampa Colônia Retrô, mais casual, pra ninguém te zoar de fã de youtuber. E encontrar as peças é fácil, pois elas estão na loja do YouTube, então está disponível aí em todos os vídeos. Você já lavou essa camiseta algum dia? Lavar. Bem-vindos ao Zerando 64, a série do desafio de zerar todos os jogos do Nintendo 64. Ixi, esse vai ser um daqueles episódios meio murcho que vai flopar. Esse é o último jogo lançado pro console em dezembro de 97, logo depois do Natal. 69! Haruka Naru Augusta Masters 98, o segundo jogo de golfe do console. Eu zerei ele em junho de 2025. Eu nunca tinha visto isso na minha vida, mas já zeramos St. Andrews Golf no comecinho do desafio, então não acho que vai ser difícil. Esse daqui foi feito por outra empresa e eles já estão mais profissa em desenvolver pro Nintendo 64. Os gráficos desse daqui são bem mais bonitos, tem bastante vegetação, bem diferente do outro jogo de golfe que parecia um deserto. Mas não sou muito fã desses sprites dos jogadores em chroma key. Dá pra ver que são meio azulados nas bordas, mal recortado. Não ficou muito bom, faz eles parecer que são feitos de papel. Ficou algo meio ultrapassado pra 1998. O jogo Neo Turf Master já fazia algo parecido em 96. Pelo menos eles têm muitos frames de animação, deixando os movimentos bem suaves. E não entendo por que sempre tem um carinha olhando eu jogar. Ele não faz nada, só fica aí paradinho com sua bundinha gulosa. Algo que eu gostei aqui é a quantidade altíssima de árvores no campo. Talvez até acho que exageraram, pois dependendo do ângulo de câmera, parece que eu tô comendo salada com miopia. Muito borrado e bagunçado, e boa sorte jogar quando isso acontece. Nossa, vai passar reto. Ou não? Não, até que não. Ah, tá nos matinhos amarelo. Oh, tem que podar essa merda aqui. Meu Deus, alguém tira esse negócio daqui. Que é isso, mano? Eu não enxergo nada, chefe. Alguém tira esse matinho amarelo daqui. Mas esses campos devem ser assim, cheio de mato na vida real. Então, fazer o que, né? Mas o interessante mesmo é que as árvores mudam de resolução dependendo da proximidade da câmera. De longe, elas são sprites com resolução baixa, borrada. Mas quando chega perto, as árvores trocam para um sprite de resolução alta. Isso é bem comum no Nintendo 64, mas eu nunca tinha visto fazerem isso com múltiplos sprites de uma vez só. Geralmente fazem isso só com texturas, as paredes ou objetos 3D. O sprite da plateia é 1000 vezes mais bonito que o papel molhado amassado que era o do outro jogo de golfe. Pô, a resolução das pessoas é mó boa, velho. Os caras são mó HD. A turma da pesada aqui, o cara sentadinho. Todo mundo de óculos escuros. Ninguém não tá de óculos escuros. Não, esses caras não estão de óculos escuros. Esses caras não ligam. O cara pensativo, assim. A mulherzinha de cachecol. Porra, mano. Mó da hora as pessoas. A turminha, meu. A turminha toda. Mina Boys. Eles estão tudo em volta? Nossa, olha quanta gente. Todo lugar tem as gangues do GTA San Andreas, saca? Os caras tudo juntinho. Outra coisa bonita aqui é a água, que se liga no Ray Tracing, hein? Ela reflete o mundo de ponta cabeça, mas fizeram esse efeito de um jeito bem engenhoso. Não, eles não copiaram as árvores de ponta cabeça, não. Aqui eles praticamente fizeram um tipo de Screen Space Reflections, que usam muito em jogos modernos. Mas nesse jogo eles usaram um dos efeitos do Nintendo 64, que duplica o que tá enquadrado na câmera, que é o mesmo efeito do telão do Mario Kart 64. 4, saca? Só que aqui eles colocaram esse telão embaixo do mundo de ponta cabeça. E dá pra notar que é isso, pois dá pra ver os reflexos sendo cortados quando levantamos a câmera. E igualzinho que acontece com Screen Space Reflection em jogo moderno, que os reflexos somem quando você olha pra cima ou pra baixo. Poxa vida, eu tô realmente impressionado com os efeitos desse jogo. Nada mal mesmo. Ficou da hora pra caramba esse efeito da água. É curioso porque que não fizeram mais isso no console. Bom, a performance desse jogo também roda perfeita sem engasgar, mas tudo bem, é um jogo de golfe afinal de contas, né? Pô, mas a música eu também paguei pau. Não é nada muito extraordinária, mas são mó gostosinha de ouvir, mano. Parece musiquinha de abertura ou créditos de JRPG.
Esse velho tá tricotando.
E os controles, graças a Deus, tem barrinha pra medir a força da tacada.
Boa.
E até dá pra ligar um modo simplificado de força, só apertando o botão A uma vez pra bater. E isso já vai deixar esse jogo bem melhor que o outro, que eu sofri pra zerar. Então vamos lá, o jogo parece bunda mole, mas a introdução dele já te deixa hypeado pra epicice, que é golfe.
Uou! Calma! Technique! Ó! Power! Shit!
Do nada ficou hype. O jogo é japonês, então tive que estudar o que é o que nesses menus bem poluídos, com 1000 tipos de fontes diferentes. E precisava mesmo daquele 3D Golf Simulation escrito ali embaixo. Graphic Design is my passion mesmo, né? Eu fiquei meio perdido no qual modo era o de zerar. Tem a temporada completa de 72 jogos, misericórdia. Mas também tem uma que vai direto pro torneio final só de 18 jogos. Então é óbvio que eu fui no torneio. No começo eu sofri um bocado pra sacar a força da rebatida. O jogo tem bastante informação na tela, mostrando a distância, embaixo, etc. Mas não mostra sempre o quanto de força que você precisa na barrinha azul.
Mano, essa bosta vai passar, ela vai quicar no buraco e passar, quer ver? Ou nem chegar! Se fuder! É aqui a força, então... Vou matar o Picomon, viu?
Foi em uns 50 minutos que peguei mais as manhas e consegui com tacada suficiente pra ganhar o par, que eu não perco e nem ganho ponto. Golfe a pontuação é o contrário, pois conta o número de tacadas e você tem que encaçapar a bolinha com menos tacadas possível. Por isso que a pontuação é o contrário, ganha quem tem menos pontos. Eu posso salvar a cada tacada, mas eu tentei usar isso só quando errava muito feio. Nisso eu ganhei alguns birdie que me dá um ponto no campeonato. Eu tava em primeiro na tabela e tava correndo tudo bem. Até chegar no buraco 11, que eu sofri por besteira. Eu parei a bola perto do buraco, num ponto cego entre a tacada fraca e a tacada forte, um Twilight Zone. Fiquei quase 20 minutos só nisso. Porra, aí não vai.
Forte.
Mano!
Chegou.
Se eu batia com 10% de força, a bola batia no pau. Se fosse com 9% de força, a bola nem chegava perto, não tinha meio termo. Até que alguém no chat sugeriu trocar de taco pra ver se o mais forte mexia nos valores da força na minha barra azul. E de fato funcionou e finalmente acertei esse buraco. Que agonia, mano.
Ah, não deu. É, tá. Trocar taco era chave mesmo.
E sem drama venci o campeonato. Vemos um filminho do troféu que ganhamos com congratulations. E depois o nosso cara ganhando uma massagem. Não, era só uma jaqueta verde irada. Com bastante frame de animação até, né? Ele ganhando a jaqueta. E créditos. Então sim, dá pra zerar esse jogo no modo torneio. Mas foi um joguinho tranquilo. Levei 3 horas e 30 minutos pra zerar. Rindo das besteiras e do físico do nosso jogador. Aposto que eu já fui mandado embora de algum trampo meu CLT por um tiozinho exatamente desse jeito. De qualquer forma, Haruka Naru Augusta Masters 98 recebe a nota 6 de 10, mas sem medalhas. Pois apesar de ser um jogo competente, ele é bem ultrapassado. Já tinha golfes melhores no PlayStation 1. Os gráficos dele são bem detalhados, porém meio feios, com muita vegetação repetida borrada. E ficou feio chegar em 98 com personagens 2D de papel. Ele funciona bem, mas só se você gosta muito de golfe. Se não, dá pra esperar o Mario Golf 64, que vai ser 1000 vezes melhor que esse daqui, viu? É um jogo não fede não cheira, não tem muita utilidade, apesar dos gráficos da água ser maneiro.
Declare o seu amor pela comida com Estomazil. Estômago sentiu, Estomazil.
Aí eu vi isso aqui em formato de voz só pra avisar vocês que a Retrocon já começou a vender os ingressos e eu tenho aqui pra vocês um cupom de desconto de 10%. Se você usar o cupom Colônia10, você consegue garantir o seu ingresso mais barato. Então não perca essa chance, já garanta o seu ingresso com o cupom e a gente se vê no evento, hein? Vejo vocês por lá. O panfleto tem um espaço pra assinatura dos youtubers e eu tô aqui bem no final, porque eu sou o pior de todos. Se você for na Retrocon desse ano, pega o panfleto e pede pra gente autografar o panfleto pra você marcar toda a figurinha e depois vender por milhões de dólares ou não, sei lá. O link do site dele está no comentário fixado desse vídeo. Putz, chegamos no primeiro luta livre que ajuda na péssima reputação que jogos de wrestling geralmente têm. Shin Nippon Pro Wrestling Tokyo Road Brave Spirits. Nomão, hein? É o primeiro jogo lançado de 98, em janeirão, e zerei ele em junho de 2025, sofrendo com as tolices dele em live na Twitch no canal Kona Contra-Ataca Live. Eu não joguei esse jogo na época, pois ele é um jogo exclusivo do japonês, feito pela Hudson, por isso que tem o Bomberman escondido na plateia. Os gráficos desse jogo não são ruins, os personagens até que são bem redondos, e o jogo roda numa performance perfeita até que sem engasgar, mas todo o resto dele é um lixo. Pra começar, a música das lutas tem só 15 segundos de duração. Elas ficam dando esses loops desses batuquinhos o tempo todo. E pra piorar, a música da luta corresponde ao lutador que você escolheu. Então se você gosta de um boneco só, você vai ouvir uma música só no jogo todo. E os controles, nossa senhora, os caras da Hudson nunca jogaram um jogo de luta qualquer antes. Você tem dois botões de bater e o botão Z atrás do controle serve como um shift do teclado que muda os botões de soco para agarrões. Até aí tudo bem, mas tudo tem delay nesse jogo. É como se os lutadores seguissem o roteiro das lutas. Quando um inimigo bate em você, o seu boneco para tudo que ele tava fazendo para receber a pancada. Às vezes você tá lá macetando o botão de soco, mas seu boneco abaixa a cabeça passivamente pro bot te agarrar. É nada intuitivo, gerando muita frustração à toa. E pra piorar, não temos botão de defesa ou esquiva, só dá pra você fazer counter nos agarrões com os comandos aleatórios que nem sei como que eu fiz às vezes. Não se compara ao WCW vs NWO que já zerei no desafio, aquele sim funcionava direito. Até dá pra jogar com 4 pessoas, mas a câmera fica fixa, super longe do ringue, tornando tudo um tédio de forçação de vista pra enxergar o que você tá fazendo. Então vamos acabar logo com isso. A dificuldade nas opções é no normal, e os menus desenhados mais atrapalham do que ajudam. O tradutor não conseguia traduzir direito, então eu tive que ir tudo no achismo. Por exemplo, parece que tem um modo aqui versus meio Digimon World de PlayStation 1, que você usa 2 memory cards para 2 jogadores disputarem o cinturão um do outro. Pra zerar é só ir no modo campeonato, e eu escolhi o King do Tekken, só porque ele é praticamente o Rei Mistério com cabeça de tigre. E logo de cara já perdi a primeira luta, pois eu não manjava dos controles. Eu fiquei tentando essa primeira luta várias e várias vezes. Cada hora eu perdia pra uma tolice diferente. A máquina é um hitbox de agarrão. Só de encostar nele, ele já me agarrava e me jojava com toda a sua força. E era frustrante, que qualquer coisinha meu personagem já ficava no chão morto. Até quando eu errava meus dropkick, meu boneco morria, ficava estatelado lá no chão. Cara mole, mano. A única coisa que ele faz é lutar luta livre e nem isso ele faz direito. A máquina também adora abusar do rope break. Quando os dois lutadores se atracam no chão, um puxando o braço ou perna do outro, se o cara que tá tomando os mata-leão encostar nas cordas, o juiz manda os dois se soltar. Nisso, a máquina sempre ficava perto das cordas. Assim, quando eu agarrava ele, ele já pedia o rope break e eu tinha que soltar ele. O foda é que dá pra desobedecer o juiz e não acatar o rope break. Até perdi uma vez por receber muita falta disso. Com quase 1 hora de jogo preso na primeira luta, eu resolvi trocar de personagem, pois eu não gostei dos dropkick do cara de tigre aqui. Fui com um cara que parece o Seiya de Pegasus Cavaleiro Zodíaco e finalmente ganhei spamando só agarrão e batendo nele no chão quando o bot caía perto das cordas. Eu só dava os puxão de braço ou perna, mata-leão, sei lá, quando o bot caía no meio do ringue. Mas na segunda luta eu já descobri um truquezinho. O golpe forte no meu boneco, com o A e o B juntos, faz ele dar um tapa que parecia bobo, mas isso já derrubava o inimigo numa só, que é bem melhor que o outro personagem que eu tinha escolhido antes. Daí no chão eu agarrava as pernas dele com o A e B junto também, pois ele também puxava um pouco o inimigo, deixando ele mais longe das cordas, me dando a vitória com menos sofrimento. É engraçado nesse jogo que quando você ganha, o bot sobe de volta no ringue e começa a bater na gente quando a gente tá comemorando.
Não, bot. Para, meu! O cara quer lutar ainda. Vai embora, eu ganhei. Vai tomar no seu cu.
Então foi banana, fiquei só nesse tapão e depois puxar a perna dele no chão, só abusando da natureza desse jogo, dos lutadores cancelar a animação pra receber o golpe que tá vindo. E só ganhei na puxação de perna, não fiz o pin, que é a contagem de 1 a 3, porque eu não achei o comando de fazer nesse jogo mesmo. E depois de vencer 10 lutas, meu boneco comemora com um texto japonês amarelo e já vamos pros créditos, mostrando fotinhas dos outros lutadores. E jogo bunda mole zerado. Levei 1 hora e 50 minutos pra zerar, mas a run da zerada teve só 50 minutinhos. Eu gastei 1 hora inteira só pra aprender a jogar isso. Misericórdia. Por isso que Shin Nippo Pro Wrestling Tokyo Road Brave Spirit recebe a nota fraquíssima de 3 de 10. Sim, os gráficos são competentes, igual um troço embrulhado com papel dourado, pois todo o resto é um lixo. Música repetitiva e controles confusos, cheios de delay dos personagens executando animações longas demais de antecipação de dano. É tipo se o seu personagem do Street Fighter levasse dano antes de tomar o Hadouken na cara. Foi um jogo miserável, nem foi difícil, pois eu venci usando a tolice do jogo contra ele mesmo, repetindo o golpe mais forte para não deixar o bot respirar. Então dá pra ignorar que esse jogo existe, pois já tem outros 2 jogos de luta livre bem melhores que ele no console. A única utilidade desse jogo é se você for fazer um vídeo de lista de participações inusitadas nos jogos, pra falar do Bomberman na plateia desse jogo tenebroso. É só isso. Mas vocês viram Bomberman? Tá lá no fundo, pixeladinho na plateia feita de papel.
Eu sou cliente Bradesco desde 85, então eu sei exatamente o que todo cliente pensa. É tipo um superpoder. Preste atenção. Pra quem ama tratamento VIP, Bradesco é um prato cheio, né? Maravilhoso, maravilhoso.
Bradesco, cartões de crédito com benefício de estrela de cinema.
Oh, olha que massa, fizemos parceria com o canal OpenAI Dash e eu sou o produtor executivo da série Quest Paralela. Seja lá o que for que um produtor faz, mas oh, olha como eu tô bonito no universo deles. Awesome! O desenho animado conta as aventuras dos irmãos Ward e Bertrand, invadindo vários jogos de Nintendo 64, e vocês sabem que isso é bem a nossa praia.
É o herói do tempo!
A animação é bem no estilo clássico dos anos 90, cheio de referências de jogos e um elenco de dubladores de peso.
Maravilha!
E alguns estão redublando personagens que eles já dublaram no passado.
Sinais vitais estáveis. Não vou soltar não de jeito nenhum.
É isso sim que é voz de Mario.
Eu não vou pular.
Assista o desenho agora mesmo no YouTube, no link do comentário fixado desse vídeo, e fique ligado nas novidades dos novos dubladores famosos e episódios. Ou até em participações minhas por lá. Nunca se sabe, pois eu posso aparecer lá no fundo a qualquer momento. Mas de qualquer forma, espero que vocês gostem da animação. Oh, agora chegamos num jogo frenético que eu tava ansioso de jogar. E talvez tome cuidado se você for fotossensível. De vez em quando pisca umas luzes fortes nesse jogo. Robotron 64 foi o segundo jogo lançado no começo de 98. E eu zerei ele em live em junho de 2025. A única memória que eu tenho desse jogo foi quando ele chegou na locadora. E meu pai não me deixou jogar, pois eu não tinha terminado a lição de casa. Só isso, não é um jogo que passa uma impressão muito forte. Robotron é um jogo antigão de arcade de 1982. Era só uma tela preta com os bichinhos correndo que você vai atirando, com um controle de alavanca dupla ou algo do tipo. Algo parecido com um Smash TV, saca? Essa versão do Nintendo 64 seria tipo um reboot, mas é só isso. Um jogo arcade que você joga só pra bater o recorde de pontos. Mas dá pra zerar se passarmos a fase 200. 200 fases disso aí que tá na tela. Pelo menos as primeiras 100 fases passa rapidinho, algumas em menos de 1 minuto. Mas como essa quantidade alta de fases, já vamos pra zerada, né? Nas opções eu deixei a dificuldade no normal e a velocidade do jogo no padrão. Decidi não mexer isso porque vai que influencia a dificuldade. Eu mudei os controles também para atirar pelos Cs amarelos e andar pelo D-pad. E até dá pra usar 2 controles ao mesmo tempo, pra ter 2 analógicos se você quiser. E também dá pra jogar de 2 jogadores também, mas nem fica muito animado, pois é só um jogador de cada vez. Depois de ver a cabeça do primo do Megamente na tela de título. Estavam tentando imitar a abertura do Mario 64, é? Vamos pro jogo. Não sei qual é a história disso. Nosso boneco só cai na arena e já começa o tiroteio. Você passa as fases quando mata todos os inimigos matáveis do cenário. Tem uns que são imortais, então a gente tem que ignorar eles ou só fugir. Como esse jogo tem 200 fases, eu tentei resgatar o máximo de inocentes possíveis no começo, pois eles te dão bastante ponto para ganhar novas vidas. Os gráficos do jogo inteiro é isso que você tá vendo. A cada 10 fases que passamos, o cenário muda de cor ou efeito de fundo. Os personagens são low poly, porém até que bonitinhos. Também dá pra mudar a câmera pra ver a ação mais de perto, porém ela não vira, então não dá pra ver de onde os inimigos estão vindo. E o jogo roda numa performance bem boa pela bagunça que isso fica às vezes. É algo próximo aos 25 frames e cai bastante, mas bizarramente não atrapalhou, não sei como. Agora as músicas, os caras fritaram demais fazendo elas, se liga aí. Elas são muito foda de verdade, com aquela vibe eletrônica dos anos 90, da hora pra caramba, que dá vontade de jogar um monte de jogo velho dessa época. E tem muita música nessa fita pra não se repetir durante o jogo. Elas mudam de 10 em 10 fases, mas eu confesso que às vezes irrita. Não por serem repetidas, mas porque algumas são barulhentas demais, tipo essa.
Que isso? Isso é a música? Ou bugou? Porra, que música destruidora.
Eu até que tava me dando bem. O jogo às vezes vira um bullet hell com um monte de inimigo vindo pra cima de você. Mas eu conseguia dar bastante olé e jogar igual um Sirius Sam, correndo de costas atirando neles. Em 1 hora e 40 minutos de jogo, eu juntei 50 vidas e tava chegando no primeiro chefe da fase 100, que é um bicho amarelo com pernas de aranha, igualzinho o Mojo do X-Men. Ninguém lembra desse bicho, não sei porque que eu lembrei dele. Mas ele é fácil, é só atirar nele até ele explodir. Depois toca um filminho do Robotron preso rodando numa máquina e vamos pra mais 100 fases. Mas agora o jogo começa a pesar de verdade. Tomei o game over na fase 170. Tava tão perto, puta vida. Mas tranquilo, pois podemos salvar a hora que a gente quiser em vários saves separados ainda por cima. Como eu fui fazendo uns saves tipo checkpoint a cada 10 fases, eu pude voltar nas fases 150, que foi onde comecei a perder muita vida à toa. Esse jogo até tem alguns truques pra facilitar a sua vida. Até dá pra você ficar no canto, às vezes atirando, que os inimigos vêm e morrem tudo na tua cara. Mas isso não funciona sempre, principalmente nas fases mais avançadas, pois os inimigos são mais rápidos e resistentes. Algo chato desse jogo é que não tem muitos upgrades, e os que tem espalhados em algumas fases duram pouquíssimos segundos. Tipo, seria bom upar a arminha do Robotron. Até dá pra atirar pra 3 direções ao mesmo tempo, se você ficar macetando 2 ou 3 botões amarelos do controle bem rápido. Então sim, você pode ter tiro triplo permanentemente no jogo, enquanto seu pulso aguentar, é claro. Eu mesmo tava com muita dor já lá pra fase 160, 170. Mas se eu parasse de macetar os botões por 1 segundo, eu morria na hora. Parece impossível zerar isso com uma rajada padrão de tiro. O jogo às vezes exagera e manda inimigos demais na tela, fica ondas atrás de ondas com um monte de bichinho vindo sem parar. Até chegou a enjoar bastante, pois tinha fases que demoravam uns 3 minutos só com um bicho vindo sem parar, onda atrás de onda. Eu cheguei no último chefe literalmente cansado fisicamente. Eu tinha só 6 vidas. Salvei o jogo e fui pra luta contra o Mojo do X-Men azul agora. A luta é tensa, cheia de inimigos junto. Usei bastante o truque de dar 3 tiros, porém na cara do chefe dessa vez, pros 3 tiros acertar ele de uma vez só. Foi tramposo e venci com as 6 vidas que eu entrei, pois eu morria uma vez, mas ganhava umas 2 vidas matando os inimigos que apareciam. Com isso, jogo zerado. Vemos os humanos low poly que salvamos e créditos. É só isso. O jogo não destrava nada e não tem códigos divertidos, só password de fases. Mas se você quiser continuar, tem que jogar na dificuldade mais alta pra passar da fase 200, mas tá bom pra mim. Eu levei 5 horas e 40 minutos pra zerar. O meu pulso realmente saiu doendo disso. Por isso que Robotron 64 recebe a nota 5 de 10, porém com a medalhinha legal. Esse é um jogo bem divertido, é a forma mais pura de um videogame. Bonequinho correndo atirando com muitos piu-piu-piu e explosões coloridas e números de pontos voando na tela. Parece jogo de Atari Jaguar até, mas é divertido como um joguinho simples pra jogar sem ter que pensar muito. Gráficos ok, música muito doida e controles que funcionam, mas podia ser algo além. Tipo, ele precisava de mais modos de jogo, um modo survival simples, um co-op em tempo real ou versus com 4 players até, que seria legal se os cenários não fossem só quadrados simples. Deviam ter diversificado mais nos mapas, fazendo labirintos para explorar, outras formas geométricas e, claro, mais power-ups. Ter um sistema de progressão tipo joguinho de nave, shmup, que você ganha mais tiros a cada power-up e perde tudo se você morrer, seria perfeito. E não do jeito que o power-up dura só uns 10 segundos e some rapidinho. É ruim demais ter que macetar os botões para simular um power-up de 3 tiros aqui. Ele foi divertido, gostei de ter zerado, mas eu lembro da dor do pulso enquanto eu tô narrando esse roteiro aqui. Mas enfim, dê o like nesse vídeo se você curtiu e se inscreva no canal se acaso não for inscrito. E acompanhe a série Zerando 64 pela playlist para você assistir os episódios que você perdeu ou maratonar a série toda.
Barbie? Nossa, eu já no final daquele vídeo.
What's up, Doc?
Wow! It's been a while since I seen you. What game you hit me with? Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle? I can't wait to play this. Oh! What was that? I'm not playing this shit.
Come on, Doc. Stick it in the Nintendo.
How about stick it up your rabbit hole?
When you played Birthday Blowout, you knew you had some unfinished business, Mac. Yeah, play the game for 2 minutes, and I'll let you hit me again.
So this is Bugs Bunny's Crazy Castle. All you have to do is collect carrots. Once you get all the carrots, you go to the next stage, and it's just the same shit over and over. Crazy Castle? It's not too crazy, is it? The Birthday Blowout game was actually more crazy because that was like an action game. But this is more like a puzzle game. So why wasn't this one called Birthday Blowout and the other one Crazy Castle? One good thing I have to say, it has the shortest, sweetest password I've seen in a while. Anyway, there's a bunch of Sylvesters coming after you. You drop stuff on their heads or hit them with boxing gloves. The only thing you can't do is jump. If you end up in a corner, you're done. Come on, he's a bunny. He can't jump? Oh, you fucking coyote cunt got my ass against the wall. There's no way out of this. Look at him. He's just gonna pace back and forth. Time to commit suicide. This time I'm gonna drop this anvil down on him. Oh, he went the other way, you fucking shit nugget. You gotta time it just right. You see, I'm just gonna kick this crate over here. There's some Sylvesters. Oh, fuck, if I can just get the invisible ink. Is he just gonna stand there? Great, I'm coming down. Oh, balls. Alright, that's it. I'm done with this game. I'd rather press my face against the hippopotamus's butt while it muck spreads. That's when a hippo takes a shit, rather than allowing the shit to drop from its anus. It presses its tail against its ass crack, waving it back and forth, shredding the shit all over the place. That's as much fun as this game is, like putting a turd in a fan or a bandsaw. You just don't do it.
Like you got another game.
Crazy Castle 2? There's a sequel? How could this be possible? I'm not playing this.
But you want to play it.
No, I don't want to.
You do want to.
I don't want to.
You do wanna.
I don't wanna.
You do wanna.
I don't wanna.
You don't wanna.
I do 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 wanna. And you're not gonna stop me.
Crazy Castle 2, what can you say? It's the same shitty game, but on a Game Boy screen. So in case you need your Crazy Castle action on the go, this is the game for you. The only big difference is that you're collecting keys instead of carrots. When you get all the carrots, you can unlock the final door and proceed to the next level. There's more a variety of traps and weapons. Watch this, I'm gonna kill Tweety. Yeah, that's what I like to see. You also get these blocks which make you jump, but couldn't they be a little more creative here? How about a spring or a trampoline? Not just a block that says up. The controls are a little stiff. I just want to go up the steps. Ah, fuck, now I'm dead. They tried to put new things into this game to make it better than the NES version, but it only sucks even more because it's on Game Boy. I mean, look at this. Would you want to play this? If you do, you probably like playing with dog turds.
Alright, I'm done with this. I'd rather lick the shit skid off the inside of a toilet bowl. Nintendo dork, you broke my fucking couch. It's a fucking bunny. It's a fucking Bugs Bunny boot camp. Come on, I thought Toons liked to get beat up.
We do, Doc. But you know what we don't like? Getting shit on the fucking face!
That was 2 years ago.
Well, now it's your turn, Doc. Motherfucking nerd! Ain't I a stinker?
Go away. Just leave me alone.
Not yet, Doc. You still got another game.
What? Crazy Castle 3? Crazy Castle 3? That's impossible.
Now I think I understand the relevance of the title. It's crazy that there's so many sequels. I can see why there'd be one on NES and one on Game Boy, but why another? It's the same fucking thing. You go around collecting keys to open the door to go to the next stage. Now let me ask something. When would there ever exist a door that takes 8 keys to open? And it's monotonous how the keys themselves are indoors. The only thing that distinguishes the final door from the rest is that tiny lock which you'd need a magnifying glass to see. What's the point of having these doors anyway? When you go in the room, you find a key every time. So wouldn't it be a little more efficient not to have the doors, just have the keys out in the open? What were they thinking? The only fun part's blowing the living fuck out of Tweety. However, it becomes even more redundant after you've annihilated everybody. There's nothing left to kill you, so you're just walking around getting all the keys. Pretty exciting, isn't it? Almost as exciting as watching a dog scarfing out its anus.
He's the one that broke the couch. Well, technically it was a futon. I don't care what it is. Get him! Boil those bunny balls.
Here you go, Doc.
Doggone you, you little screwy wascally wabbit. What's this?
Crazy Castle 4.
Crazy Castle 4? How many
Meu
of these
Deus.
fucking games could there possibly be?
You better play it, Doc, before I ram my rabbit fist right up your motherfucking ass.
Alright, well, if you just can't get enough Crazy Castle action, here comes number 4. It starts out with Bugs Bunny looking at a map. On it, he sees a castle, but all it says is C Castle. So Bugs thinks about it and decides that C must stand for carrot. And that means he thinks the castle's full of carrots. And from how much he loves carrots, he rushes over there. And of course, the game has to explain to us that C really stands for crazy and not carrot. Like we're fucking idiots. This is only the 4th fucking game, right? You're going around opening doors that lead to rooms that have keys. You get all the damn keys and go to the final door. I mean, what am I supposed to say? It's so hard to even imagine that this game exists. And I'm trying to review it. It's like trying to review a pink porcupine with a monkey's head up its butt eating a buffalo's ball sack. Should I describe what it looks like and analyze it? Or should I just be so fucking shocked the thing even exists?
Yeah, you ain't done yet, Doc. You still gotta get the carrot.
Oh, you like fucking carrots, don't you? Huh? Well, why don't you play it then? You're a bunny. You play. You play this filth. Oh, you like fucking carrots, don't you? Eat that fucking carrot. Eat this fucking carrot, you fucking piece of shit. Eat that fucking carrot. Rabbits and your fucking carrots. If you show that fucking carrot, you fucking ass.
What's up, Doc?
Give me a guitar. I will not give it to you. Give me the guitar. I need it. No. I need it. It's mine. Get your own guitar. Give me the guitar. I need it. Great. I guess I just gotta get another couch and another guitar.
Of course you realize this means war, bitch. Motherfucking nerd.
Meu Deus.
I pulled this game out of my ass, Doc.
No wonder where this shit comes from.
Crazy Castle
Woody Woodpecker?
5.
Castle 5? This can't be real. Okay, first of all, how is it Crazy Castle 5 if it's not Bugs Bunny?
It begins with this stupid intro where fairies come and tell Woody he's got to save Crazy Castle from the monsters. The graphics are more advanced and you have the ability to break things with your beak. One thing that's really annoying is that when you open a chest to get an item, you don't automatically get the item. So I end up leaving the room thinking I got the key when I really didn't. In a good game like Zelda, you open the chest and that's it. But here, you have to stop, wait for the item to dangle in the air, and then grab it. It's like trying to grab dried shit dangling from a chihuahua's ass hair. Other than that, there's not a damn thing to say. I wonder why it's Woody Woodpecker. You know, now that I think about it, both Woody and Bugs were created by the same guy, Ben Bugs Hardaway. That's very interesting. Oh, and wait. The very first cartoon to feature a precursor of Bugs Bunny was Porky's Hare Hunt. It had Mel Blanc doing the bunny's voice. He was the same guy who was the first voice for Woody Woodpecker. So Woody and Bugs, could it be? They're the same?
Yeah. What's up, Doc? was good, Doc. Yeah, just like good old times, Doc. Like when I shoved Elmer Fudd's head up the Tasmanian Devil's fucking asshole. Yeah. How's it feel to be a dying man, nerd? You're a dead man. You're a dead man.
Bullshit!
I knew it.
I don't give a fuck! I'm taking you with me!
Oh, you like to play with bombs, huh? Well, bombs away, you Woody Funny fucking pecker piece of shit! Let's play charades. Who am I?
If you guessed Pitfall Harry, then you're right. Good old Harry got his start in Pitfall, the classic Atari game, but he didn't start acting like an asshole until the NES came along. Super Pitfall, one of the most deceptive uses of the word super in video game history. You want to know why? You want to know why this game super sucks? You want to see how hard they cranked up the diarrhea dial? Just watch. Nice. Fucking beautiful. The first ladder you see drops you into a pit where you get killed by a bird or a bat, whatever it is. And even if it wasn't there, I'd fall on the spikes. So it's basically death insurance. Let's put every kind of obstacle we can possibly think of in the very beginning of the game. You know, I'm disappointed. Couldn't there have been lava on top of the spikes with fire sharks swimming in it? Couldn't there be more spikes coming from the sides ready to close in and squash me while stabbing at the same time? How about some laser cannons and upside down volcanoes? You want to be even more efficient? Why even have the ladder? Why not just start the game falling down the pit? Fucking assholes. Talk about a beginner's trap. They sure nailed it. Well, let's talk about Pitfall Harry. He looks like Luigi, and there's something wrong with his walk cycle. Looks like he's hopping on one foot. But the most ridiculous thing about this guy is the way he dies. What is that all about? He goes fucking apeshit. It even kills the enemies that are nearby. My only theory to what's going on here is that there's an angel and a devil waiting to take him to either heaven or hell. It's first come, first serve, and they both want him real bad. So they're constantly there, waiting for him to die. And then as soon as he dies, they both grab his arms, fighting over his body. That's the only explanation that I can think of. The enemies in this game are a total joke. Spiders? Frogs? Are frogs a common hazard that you would face in a jungle? Has anyone ever died by getting attacked by a fucking frog? And he uses a gun? Who the hell goes around shooting frogs? Harry can't shoot while ducking, and that's a big problem because most of the enemies are too short. You can hit the frogs only if you time their jumps very carefully. The spiders, the scorpions, and just about everything else, it's like tough shit. Does Harry have a problem with his arms? He can't point the gun in any direction other than right in front of his own fucking face? The number one complaint that I have with this game is that all the items are invisible. They only appear when you jump in a very specific spot. Everything from bullets to special objects that you need in order to unlock certain parts of the game, everything is invisible. So unless you know where everything is, you're just gonna have to go through the whole game jumping around like a fucking idiot. The only items in plain sight are the gold. But the gold has no purpose other than getting points. Unless you're playing an Atari game, nobody really cares about getting a high score. It's more about just finishing the game. So the gold is there just to waste your fucking time. You gotta convince yourself to just walk past it. But that's hard to do because not only is it the only thing in the game that's not hidden, but it flashes. Like, ooh, look at that flashing gold, so tempting. But no, just pretend it's not there. The only other item I found is a crazy bug-eyed animal in a cage. I have no idea what that is or when you'll ever need it. I don't know, could you ever think of any way to use an animal in a cage? I can't. The graphics do a lot of flickering. There's always something popping out at the edge of the screen, like the NES can't handle its awesomeness. The weirdest thing I ever saw happen was that for a fraction of a second, there was like a red clone. Like, who's that supposed to be, the ghost of Pitfall Larry? Playing this game is like driving an old beat-up car. You're always afraid it's gonna break down. What happened here? I'm frozen? Okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna... Oh, okay, now he dies? I guess the angel and devil were busy looking for him that time. Nothing about this game makes any sense. The whole layout was designed at pure random. Like, why are there so many ladders that lead to nowhere? Why is there an anti-gravitational lake that's bottom leads to thin air? Down is the worst direction you could possibly go in this game, because you're always going to end up falling and killing yourself. Oh, that's great. They did that on purpose. It looks like you could just barely steer yourself to the left, but that fucking platform's tucked in too far. Falling is your worst nightmare. There's one part where you have to climb up, 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 and if you make one mistake, you're falling down, down, down. You have no idea how long it took to get that far. Now I gotta do it all over again. This game is unholy. It's fucking made in hell, I swear. Oh shit, what the fuck was that? That's fucking scary. You're just walking around and a head run amok from Easter Island comes flying towards you. Okay, how did I survive that? The weirdest thing is when the face doesn't even come after you a second time. It just sits there. Then if you walk away and come back, it disappears. So where did it go? Who knows? Who cares? This game is a lot like Milon's Secret Castle and Simon's Quest, because the whole thing is about secrets. In order to access certain parts of the game, you have to jump into walls. Who would think to do that? It's like in Simon's Quest where you have to kneel down by the wall, holding a red crystal, and wait for a tornado to come. Okay, well maybe it's not that cryptic. This is the last part of the game, some kind of dungeon with skulls and shit. Kind of reminds me of the Temple of Doom. I like this part for two reasons. One, it's the only part in the game that has different music. What a relief. The other thing, it's the only place that has enemies that are tall enough to shoot. I don't know why everything else had to be so small. Like those snails. Killed by a fucking snail. Oh, must be Pitfall, Gary. That's the princess, or whatever she is, just some girl you're trying to rescue. When you get to this part, your first instinct is to get over there and rescue her. Hopefully that means you beat the game, right? But no, that's some wishful thinking right there. You can walk right through her, you can try to hump her, but nothing happens. The game doesn't even give you a clue. You're just supposed to know that you gotta collect a bunch of secret items before you can rescue the girl. But if you went down to this dungeon place, you're basically trapped. There is a way to get out, but it requires a lot of climbing, where one slip can drop you all the way back down. You're better off just resetting the game. So we're jumping around in thin air, trying to find different suits like spades, hearts, and diamonds. What purpose does this have? I found the princess. Does he need to play poker with her or something? Finding these items, like I said, unless you have a strategy guide or a walkthrough telling you where all these things are, it's just a guessing game. Even worse, jumping around can put you in danger. Come on, a waterfall coming down from the ceiling? Ah, death by a frog. Is this girl really worth all this aggravation? Look at her. She looks like a fucking rag doll. There's no limit to how secretive this game is. There's actually a part where you have to warp by jumping into a bird. You saw that, right? I'm not making that up. There's a warp zone hidden in a bird. Who ever figures something like that out? Unless it's by complete accident. If you try touching the rest of the birds in this game, they kill you. So if you've learned anything from that, it's to avoid them. How stumped and bored would you need to be to start thinking, I guess I'm gonna try jumping in the birds? How the fuck is a kid in 1987 without internet supposed to figure out how to beat this game? So you get all the items, go back into the secret wall, find the princess, and then you win, right? No, the music changes, but the game still goes on. Is there any clue, any dialogue box, anything to give you a hint what to do next? Of course not! You just have to assume to go back to the beginning of the game. That means climbing out of this dungeon, finding another secret passageway, and work your way back. But you're not supposed to go back to the exact start point. That would be a little too easy to guess. So how about this? You fall off a random platform, the screen starts to glitch, and then you win. And that's it. Don't you love games that just end with a black screen with plain text? At least they spelled congratulations right. The third line's a little off center, but other than that, I don't see any errors. I guess that's why they kept it so short. They knew they'd fuck it up. But the last sentence mystifies me. Please try another world? What other world?
As far as I know, there's a second quest, but it's the same exact game. The only difference is that the items are all in different spots. And after that, the game just keeps repeating over and over and over again, like a never-ending Easter egg hunt. But that'd be like if the Easter eggs were full of diarrhea and the Easter bunny was shitting all over your face. But I've had enough with bunnies and shit lately, so I'm gonna end this right here. What kind of masochist would you have to be to beat this game more than once? If you did it one time, what would you have to prove to do it again? You'd have to be some kind of fucking...
As a kid, two of my favorite things were video games and Japanese monster movies. Godzilla, Mothra, Rodan, Ghidorah, Mechagodzilla. Monsters beating the hell out of each other and blowing the fuck out of everything in sight. I love that shit.
Agora o jogo do Godzilla.
In the late 80s and early 90s wasn't easy for an American. Because, for one thing, the only way to see these movies was to scan through the TV guide every Sunday and see if any happened to be on. Or go to every local video store, hoping to be lucky enough to find some on VHS.
During my lifetime, there were only 2 Godzilla films released in theaters here in the United States. Godzilla 1985 and Godzilla 2000. The 1998 American version doesn't count. It wasn't until I got internet that I found out Toho had still been making these movies all through the 90s, but they were only in Japan. I was pissed off. When it came to video games, we also got fucked pretty hard. This was my first Godzilla game, Godzilla on the NES. Let's pop this piece of reptilian fuck nugget in. Godzilla, Monster of Monsters. This should already be a clue to how half-assed this game is, because he's blocking half the title. In 2000 XXX AD. Why is it always X? Like they couldn't come up with an exact year, so just make it X. The Earth receives a declaration. Oh, fuck this. Let's start the game. Great looking game. What's this? Godzilla chess? So you take control of both Godzilla and Mothra and move them around these hexagon spaces. Then you go into these battle zones. This is more like it, right? Classic side-scroller action. Or more like classic mindless button masher. Oh well, at least you have a lot of attacks. Godzilla punches, kicks, swings his tail, and breathes his trademark atomic breath. How often has Godzilla ever been in space? Once, as far as I remember, Godzilla vs. Monster Zero. Why not take place on Earth? I want to trample some buildings. Instead, I'm just beating up on rocks. And how does Godzilla jump without bending his knees? Looks like he's bouncing on a trampoline. What are these things? Evil totem poles? What's this, too? What's that? What's everything? Did they just send Godzilla to some shithole planet that happens to be the garbage can of the cosmos where everything that never existed got thrown away? After you get through one of the battle zones, the CPU moves one of its own monsters. Then it's your turn again. You can move Godzilla or Mothra if you want. Yeah, let's check out Mothra. Well, the good thing is that she can fly, obviously, which means you can bypass obstacles. When you're playing as Godzilla, every 2 seconds there's a pile of rocks in your way. The Mothra just flies over that shit. Well, except when you get hit. Anything that touches her, she gets forced to the ground. She can shoot tomatoes and drop wings. Yeah, she drops wings. That would be like if you could throw your own arms. Mothra sucks. That's all there is to it. When you pick Mothra, the game just laughs. What's this? What the fuck's hitting me? What is this? Oh, it's the volcano? I can't walk past a volcano that's in the background? All I gotta do is hit it? That's a sensible solution. Kick the top of a volcano. The idea of each board is to destroy all the monsters. Here we have Mothra and Ghidorah. Are you kidding? Mothra and Ghidorah? Out of all the available monsters in the Godzilla franchise, they had to go with 2 monsters that weren't even originally from a Godzilla movie. Of course, Mothra appeared in Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla, and there's stock footage of Ghidorah in Godzilla Final Wars, but those movies didn't happen until way after this game. I found a glitch where you can just keep hitting Mothra with your tail. Look at that. So easy. What happened? There's a time limit? Yeah, so if you take too long to fight the monster, you gotta start over. And the monster regains some of its life. You don't. The worst part, after you defeated Mothra and Ghidorah and go to the next stage, guess who's next? Mothra and Ghidorah. Yeah, they just keep recycling the same monsters, but add one per stage. Like here we have Varan, another obscure monster that appeared in its own movie, then made a small cameo in a Godzilla film. Engaging the monsters in battle is awkward. Will you fight the enemy? Yes. Will you fight Ghidorah? Yes, that's the enemy, right? Other times, you don't want to fight the enemy, but it doesn't take no for an answer. No. Damn it, I said no! Then there's times when the game thinks you're trying to move and the monster's blocking your way. Like, yeah, there's the monster. I want to fight him. Throughout the game, the choice of enemies gradually becomes more what you'd expect. It goes from Baragon and the Smog Monster to Gigan and Ghidorah, but Ghidorah is tucked away in a corner, so you'll be lucky if you get that far. Here's Mechagodzilla. Now that's what I'm talking about. Almost got him. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna beat Mechagodzilla.
That fucking time limit! That motherfucking shit-sucking time limit! It's not even like there's a counter. It's like the game just pulls the plug. Like, oh, you're gonna win? Well, not anymore, you ass-bag, fecal fucker, shit-shaped anus brain. The game cheats. That's it. That's all there is to it. The game fucking cheats.
But we're not done, because there's a sequel, Godzilla 2. This one's gotta be way better, right? I mean, they experimented with the first one, little trial and error. Now it's time for some improvement. I mean, sometimes you gotta take a nasty shit before you can take a better shit.
What the fuck? Parece pior?
What is this? This doesn't even look like a Godzilla game. This is just as much of a Godzilla game as SimCity when the monster attacks. You don't even get to play as Godzilla. You're the military. You just move tanks and planes around like a fucking board game. When you go to battle mode, it sort of goes into an RPG style. You each take your turns attacking. Whether or not you hit or miss depends on the outcome of a slot machine. Yes, a fucking slot machine. I don't even understand how this whole thing works. But one thing for sure, you'll never be lucky enough to match up all three. You might do minimal damage at best, but the monsters keep regaining their energy. But not you. The music in this game is so horrible, they actually have an option to turn it off. But when you turn off the music, it turns off the sound effects too. So what's the point? You might as well just mute the fucking TV. You thought the first game was bad? This is an insult to the first game. This shouldn't have been called Godzilla 2. That would be like if the NES had a Ninja Gaiden 4, but it was a puzzle game. You don't pretend this is a sequel when it's not even in the same category. Should have been called Godzilla Strategic Operations Simulator, or Simzilla. Well, I'm afraid to say, but let's check out Godzilla on Game Boy. Okay, this looks promising. The demo shows the monster roll call. They all look great. Godzilla looks okay. His head's kind of messed up. Looks like that thing in Empire Strikes Back that comes out of the asteroid. But let's see how the game looks. Are you fucking joking? Godzilla looks like the dragons from Bubble Bobble. You're going around climbing vines, pushing rocks, and hitting monsters with a boxing glove that Godzilla spits from his mouth. How could they do this to the king of the monsters? They might as well have Godzilla in a clown suit jumping on a pogo stick.
I'm not even gonna waste my time with this shit. The best way to sum this up is to recite a very famous quote from William Shakespeare. Fuck it.
Next up, moving over to Super Nintendo, we got Super Godzilla. Ooh, now we're bringing super into it. That means we're not playing around anymore. Time to get serious. Ooh, the year 1990X. They narrowed it down to the decade, so I guess they were a little more confident with the date on this one. The graphics are nice. It looks like what you'd expect in a Godzilla game. But the gameplay is a totally different story. You control Godzilla, who's represented by a blue dot on the map screen. The top of the screen is just for show. So playing as Godzilla, you'd want to be destroying buildings, right? Well, here, the buildings drain your health. That makes no sense. Godzilla destroys buildings all the time. That's what he's good at. That's like if Mike Tyson couldn't punch anybody without hurting his hand. When you engage the enemy monster, it goes to a battle screen. Now this looks like the Godzilla game I've been waiting for. But no, not quite. Because it's unlike any fighting game you've ever played. The on-screen instructions don't make any sense. There's 2 stamina meters, which they refer to as fighting spirit. They say to hold down the enemy's fighting spirit, then punch to open up Godzilla's attack window and pull back quickly. So let me try to summarize. You get close to the enemy, you punch him, then you go back and hit L and R to choose an attack. They don't tell you that, do they? They don't tell you you're supposed to press L and fucking R. Why is it so hard to have 2 monsters fighting without it being a fucking Einstein project? I'd hate to say, but I still prefer the NES version. At least that one's easy to understand how to play it. By this time, I gave up on Godzilla games. If they couldn't get it right on Super Nintendo, then all hope was gone. My wish was just to have a traditional tournament fighter featuring all the Godzilla monsters. Well, my wish was half granted. The Godzilla game of my dreams was actually made, but only released in Japan, which means we're gonna have to play it on the Super Famicom. It's called Godzilla Kaiju Daikaisen. It's bittersweet to finally play this. Today, it's nothing special, but back then, I would have loved it. It has most of the monsters you know from the movies. They all have special moves, the backgrounds are recognizable, and the music is there. It's fucking Godzilla. But the whole tragedy of this, and what I'll never forget, is that Nintendo Power teased me with this game. Issue 72, May 1995. Coming soon, Godzilla, Destroy All Monsters. When I saw this page, I shit my pants. A Godzilla tournament fighter? Oh my god, I can't wait to play this. Never again was it mentioned, and never could I find it in stores. Only in Japan, only in Japan.
15 years later, I'm still pissed. All I wanted was a great Godzilla game, but my childhood passed me by, and I never got it. But nowadays, there's plenty of Godzilla games. Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee, Godzilla Save the Earth, Godzilla Unleashed. This is after my time. I don't know anything about this here PlayStation 2 and Xbox shit. But I'm gonna give it a try.
Monster. Fight!
Why couldn't I have those games when I was a kid? God damn it, I was born too fucking early. Instead, I have to grow up with these miserable pieces of shit fucking anal jugs. These games suck Baragon's sweaty ball sack. I'd rather get an electric shock from sucking Mechagodzilla's mechanical wiener. These games are shit, drizzling out of the smog monster's rancid putrid a-hole. And then being swallowed and barfed up by Angerus while I lay on his spikes getting Gigan's buzzsaw up my ass, while Desodroya dumps his diabolical diarrhea all over my face. Man, it's just a bunch of fuck. It's a pile of cunt. Fuck, shit, fuck, cunt, fuck.
Se não me engano, tem um de Play 3 ou coisa do tipo que você tem que fugir da destruição que o Godzilla tá causando.
Damn it! I just said fuck from the bottom of my heart, and I said every curse that there is. There's nothing left. So you know what? Somebody's got to invent a new curse word. I think I got it. This game, these fucking games are... Oh yeah, it's that bad.
Party on!
What can you say about Wayne's World? It's one of the movies that defined the early 90s. It makes fun of all the cliches that were going on at the time, and it only gets funnier every time you watch it. Now, of course, there had to be video games. This is Wayne's World on the NES. It's hard to imagine what kind of material there is to work with. The movie's about two guys who run a show from their basement, and then a sponsor comes, tries to steal the show, and the rest is just a bunch of jokes. So how do you take that and make it into a game? Let's find out.
Okay, there it is. That's how you make a Wayne's World game. Just have Garth running around with a laser gun shooting stuff. That's real creative. Look at this madness. Walking drums, floating hi-hats. Get it? Because Garth plays drums, he goes into drum world. What kind of idea is that? The graphics make me want to hurl. It's as bland as a kindergarten coloring book. Orange walls, purple floors. Garth is almost completely white, like they didn't have time to color him in. This looks terrible. The music, I shit you not, is just a 2-second loop being repeated over and over. The layout is a joke. Even in the most linear side-scrollers, you still have to figure out which is the best way to maneuver. Like, should I go up on this platform or should I go underneath? But here, you can just stay on the ground and keep walking right. There's zero strategy involved. The next level, you're Wayne, but this is where the game gets incredibly difficult, because Wayne can't do anything other than this awkward kick. Of course, Wayne is well known for his martial arts. You can't kill anything unless it's right next to you. Most of the time, you get killed first. And then you go back to the Garth stage. That's it. You die once, you start over. There's a bonus stage at a donut shop, but it looks more like an eyeball factory. You're just going around collecting donuts. But I can never figure out how to get the donuts in the middle. And whenever you jump down, you hurt yourself. Everything just sucks. I like how in one of the cutscenes, well, I use the term cutscene very loosely, but anyway, they're talking about going to the bands playing at the gasworks, and they mention the lousy Beatles. In the movie, it was the shitty Beatles. It's a shame they can't use the word shitty in a Nintendo game, because shitty is the best word to describe this whole thing. The enemies are the most cliche you could possibly think of. When would Wayne and Garth ever be fighting spiders and ninjas? Who cares, right? As long as the game says Wayne's World, kids will want it. There is clearly no thought process going on behind this miserable mess. Just make a game based on a popular movie and shit it into the stores. Talk about some 8-bit frustration right here. I hate this kick. You have to time it perfectly. God. What are these things anyway? Just floating TV screens? Not floating TVs, but floating TV screens. Jeez. Wayne is just completely worthless. Oh, look what's gonna happen. I'm just gonna jump over there and the spider's gonna kill me.
Damn it! The hell with this game? I can't say I expect it to be good, but this is just a maximum catastrophe of ass.
You're not gonna believe this, but there's another one on the Super Nintendo. The only difference is that we're going from 8-bit vomit to 16-bit vomit. One is just as bad as the other, but without the original gag reflex one gets from eating dog shit that's been blended with goat piss. It starts with Wayne and Garth doing a top 10 list of worst video games. The irony is stunning. In this game, Wayne's trying to rescue Garth, which is already a disappointment not to be able to play as both of them. That's like Bill and Ted with just Bill, or Beavis and Butthead with just Beavis. Wayne looks like a bobblehead. Your weapon is a guitar that shoots sonic booms, and the environment is once again constructed from different pieces of musical equipment, instruments of all kinds, even bagpipes, and amps that shoot lightning. You'd think by now they could have come up with a more original idea. The voices are redundant. Every time Wayne gets an item, he says, excellent. Excellent. And every time he gets hit, he says, not. Not. That doesn't make any sense. What is he saying not to? Usually the word not follows a sarcastic statement. It's like explaining it to Borat. But whether or not these voices are used in the right context, it gets incredibly aggravating to have to hear the same thing over and over again. Excellent. Not. Maybe it would have been cute to hear it one time, but who thought it was a good idea to program it like this? Are they mental? The controls are awful. You can't shoot while ducking. Not. You can accidentally jump up to a higher platform, and when you try to land on things, you have to be at the right angle or else you fall through. Not. After a little bit of time, you start to get used to it, as if your brain begins to flick the shit switch and adapt to its bad controls. But even after I've overcome the crappy learning curve, still I can't pass the first level. Talk about non-linear. This level is a maze. I can't even figure out where I'm supposed to go, let alone survive.
Well, I can't beat the first level, so I'm done with this game. Well, there is a code. So we might as well put in the code and take a peek at the rest of the game.
The second stage is at the diner. Apparently either Wayne got shrunk down in size, or everything is giant. This doesn't have anything to do with Wayne's World. Did they think they were making a game of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids? And everything's alive. Coffee cups, donut men. What's going on here? And could you guess the boss of this level? Would you expect anything different than a giant donut? The music in this stage is real familiar. Is this supposed to be Foxy Lady? It sounds kind of like it. Maybe they couldn't get the rights. It also has the all-time worst butchering of Bohemian Rhapsody. Stage 3 is the gasworks. Remember Wayne's annoying ex-girlfriend? Well, she makes an appearance in this game. Several.
Hi, Wayne.
What, did she find a way to clone herself? What kind of bar is this? What kind of bar would put their arcade machines up on ledges where no normal person could reach? What bar would have fire shooting out of the floor? The main enemies you face are laser-shooting disco balls. That's original. My favorite are the darts. It's like people are throwing darts and you're getting in the way. You wouldn't believe the boss. Seriously, take a guess who the boss is. A giant disco ball? No. A giant pinball machine? No. Some generic bar guy? No. The answer is Elvis.
Jelly donut. Jelly donut. Jelly donut.
Elvis is in a Wayne's World game.
Thank you very much.
Could it be any more out of place? Doesn't Wayne's World exist in the 90s? What is Elvis doing there? Does he have to talk so damn much?
Thank you very much.
The last level is a neighborhood that's been sucked into purgatory, I guess. I'm just making that up. It's a bunch of homes floating in the clouds. How else would you describe it? The layout still finds ways to throw you off. What's blocking me? A pole that's in the foreground? Shouldn't I be able to walk behind it? There's a deranged hockey player who doesn't even look like a human being. But what is a human being according to this game? Someone with a bobblehead? Or someone who looks like some kind of cartoon monster? The last boss of the game, are you ready for this? A gelatinous cube that swallowed Garth. Now this is funny because as random as it is, this cube was actually mentioned in the movie as an arcade game at Noah's Arcade. But I never thought in a million years I would see the gelatinous cube in a real-life game. The ending is just another cutscene with Wayne and Garth. It's the same sort of thing you see between the levels, so it's nothing special.
I think I'm gonna hurl.
Ah, coceira no ouvido, caralho.
Time for Halloween again. Now this time, I'm giving myself a break, and I'm going back to one of my favorite video game franchises, Castlevania. It never stops. The same way Dracula keeps getting resurrected, I keep finding these games just creeping into my subconscious. The same way the Belmont family has to keep putting evil back in its place, I'm cursed to keep doing game reviews and constantly mentioning Castlevania.
Say from the Castlevania kind of reminds me of a Castlevania. It's like in Castlevania, the Castlevania. So once again, it's like Castlevania.
I talk about it all the fucking time. So what the hell, let me just get it all out. This is gonna be a big ass Castlevania marathon with my own perspective. This is Castlevania, how I remember it.
It's the Nintendo age. I'm sitting on my ass playing Super Mario Brothers when my cousin comes over and says, "You want to play Castlevania?" Instantly, it triggered images of Dracula in my mind and of all the frightening horrors that lurk in the dark. We popped that evil son of a bitch in the Nintendo and bam!
Oh shit.
What can you say? It's side-scrolling 2D action at its finest. Now keep in mind, NES was in its early years, so I was still getting used to games that consisted of more than one screen. When I got to the giant bat, I thought it was Dracula, but nope, just the first level boss. I still had a whole game ahead of me. Not only is it a culmination of our classic gaming sensibilities, but of all the horror cliches. We have mummies, hunchbacks, and the Frankenstein monster straight out of the Universal movies. It also reminds me of the Hammer horror films with all its gothic scenery, and it draws from Greek mythology too, like the Medusa. Even the Grim Reaper makes an appearance. Death himself takes orders from Dracula.
This game is simply a masterpiece. I love it. Well, I never said it would be easy.
I am prepared to talk about the more frustrating aspects of the game, but first I want to discuss the more quirky moments, just those funny fantasy video game elements that are usually taken for granted. One thing I never understood, after you defeat a boss, an orb comes down and you have to touch it. What's the point? Couldn't the next level just start right away? Why do I have to touch an orb? And besides, what the fuck is an orb anyway? Just a glowing ball? Another thing I want to know is who is the architect for this castle? All these blocks and staircases have no rhyme or reason. How about all these candles? They're everywhere. But the Simon Belmont, that's common. You see a candle, you whip it, and hearts come out.
If I were to whip a fucking candle, would hearts come out? I'd like to know. Oh shit.
In most games, hearts replenish your health. But in Castlevania, they're basically ammunition for whatever weapon you're holding. In the second game, the hearts are currency. So in a nutshell, the hearts in Castlevania games are anything but health. The only thing that replenishes your health are food that Simon conveniently finds in the walls. I always thought it was a roasted turkey or a carved ham right out of a Tom and Jerry cartoon. However, the instruction manual says that it's a pork chop. Okay, well that's a pretty big pork chop. Who cooked it anyway and hid it in the fucking wall? And if you were Simon Belmont, would you eat an old pork chop that you found in a wall? It must be fucking dirty.
I do have to say, that would be convenient. If all I had to do was just whip the wall when I was hungry, this wall would break. If there's a fucking pork chop in this wall, I would so eat it.
Now let's talk about the difficulty. I don't think anyone would deny this is one of the hardest games ever made. And it's all because of one simple problem. When Simon gets hit, he jumps back. You could have full health, but just because there's a pit behind you, you're dead. It's a severe handicap that fucks up the entire game and the rest of the series. Then there's certain enemies that just piss the shit out of me. There's hunchbacks which jump all over the place. I used to think they were monkeys. And then of course there's those enemies that just fly across the screen, like the Medusa heads and the bats. The hardest part in the entire game, besides Dracula, is the hall right before the Grim Reaper. You have Medusa heads coming at you from both directions, and two knights throwing axes at two different altitudes. I mean, look at the pattern going on here. Anything that hits you drains a quarter of your health, so that means 4 hits and you're dead. Oh, but the knights take 9 hits. 9 fucking hits. You can't even concentrate on attacking them because you're too busy dodging Medusas. But you can't dodge the Medusas because you're too busy dodging the axes. But you can't dodge the axes because you're trying to hit the knight. But you can't hit the knight because the game's driving you fucking crazy. It's like a test. It's a test to the shit. When you get to Dracula, don't even bother fighting him until you stock up on hearts. Go back down the steps, come back up, and all the candles are back. Rinse and repeat. This is extremely tedious, and nobody feels like doing it, but if you want to stand any chance against Dracula, you're gonna have to. Dracula may not seem so bad at first, especially after you send his fucking head to the moon, but then, oh my god. What in the unholy name of ass is this fuckness? Oh wait, that's not a word? Well, it should be. So you fight the evil cookie monster, your health is never replenished, so this whole thing is like an endurance round. If you took one single hit on Dracula, I say your chances against the cookie monster are up a rat's ass.
Yeah, it took me 20 years, but I finally got this game beat. Your mother!
And you still gotta get the orb? Oh, you're gonna replenish my health right after I beat the game? Thank you so much. Dracula's castle crumbles, and then come the credits. Trans Fisher? It reminds me of Terrence Fisher, the director of many of the Hammer horror films. That's a funny coincidence. Oh wait, Bram Stoker? Like Bram Stoker, the author of Dracula? Whoa, Christopher B?
Is it a joke? I don't get it. Are they saying Christopher Lee is like a bee? No, it can't mean that. This is probably just a series of strangely coincidental typos. Belo Lugosi, Boris Karloffis, they're just fucking around. Love Cheney Jr., Mick Shreks, Green Stranger? Is this supposed to be funny? Like, just to take a celebrity's name and change it around? That's like if I took the name Steven Spielberg and called him Steven Gielberg. Like, that's not funny. That's kindergarten level. No, kindergarten students don't find that funny. Aliens don't find that funny. Well, anyway, that's Castlevania for you. Good game, but holy fuck is it hard. Now, as promised, we're gonna plow through the rest of them, all the old school Castlevania games, the ones that I grew up with.
sou um livro que você não deve julgar só pela capa, porque sou feito com papel pólen natural da Suzano.
The woman, the wife, she is a homemaker. She takes care of the home, she takes care of herself, and she does the cooking and the cleaning. We like cooking.
Nossa, esse vídeo deu muito pra que ele já tava começado.
And having good marriages.
This is the greatest work I will ever do. Being a mother, wife, mother, wife, mother, wife, mother, wife, mother, wife.
Have you seen this video?
Okay, that's my birthday present from Daniel. Hoping their tickets to Greece. And all the boys took it off.
From Ukraine.
So, plane tickets?
That's Hannah Nealman, who goes by Ballerina Farm on TikTok, where she has over 9.6 million followers. She might have come across your For You page before, making meals from scratch while a football team roster of children trade turns clinging to her. Hell, she's one step away from making the mozzarella for this lasagna with her own breast milk. What do you think her husband, Daniel Nealman, son of millionaire founder of multiple airlines, got his wife of 13 years for her birthday? I'll give you a hint. It's not tickets to Greece. Not even with that sweet family discount.
Ooh, a hat I can wear in Greece.
It's not a hat.
Oh, my A-game friend!
Great, they can gather eggs. You're welcome.
Thanks, honey.
People really didn't enjoy
The fuck
watching
was
the
that?
light leave a demure housewife's eyes
Hell!
after opening a disappointing gift while her husband loomed over her and demanded her gratitude. For some strange reason. But they became even more concerned after...
Can I help you?
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just making a YouTube video. Love what you've done with the furniture, by the way. Can I keep going, or...
Can you fold clothes?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Continue.
Right. Okay. But they became even more concerned after Megan Agnew published her experience interviewing, or rather, trying to interview Hannah on their Utah farm for the Sunday Times. According to Megan, it was difficult to talk to Hannah without her husband or a child chiming in with their opinion. Hannah is presented as the queen of tradwives, seemingly able to do the impossible, popping out babies like a Pez dispenser while maintaining a beauty pageant-ready body, somehow juggling all the tasks required to raise a rapidly growing family. But Megan's article also offers a peek behind the curtains, some insight into what goes on when the cameras are off, and I want to highlight a couple of disturbing details. Hannah is a talented dancer and was attending Juilliard, an incredibly prestigious performing arts college, when she was introduced to Daniel. Bum bum bum. Daniel insists that he wanted to marry Hannah the moment he laid eyes on her, but that Hannah dodged his advances for 6 months. One day, when Hannah offhandedly mentioned her flight back to Juilliard, Daniel pulled strings at JetBlue, since his father was an owner, and made sure that he got the seat right next to hers, which is,
so romantic.
Horrifying. I was gonna say horrifying. Using daddy's influence to be in close proximity with a woman who rejected you for hours while thousands of feet in the air. If this had been used as a plot device in a horror movie, I would have said it was unrealistic. I guess Daniel can buy plane tickets if it means he's gonna get some tail. Hannah wanted to date for a year so that she could finish school, but Daniel was going for that Mormon marriage speedrun world record, I guess, so after 1 month, they were engaged. 2 months after that, they were married, and 3 months after that, she was pregnant with their first child. The article...
Olha, eu já conheci uns casos que era assim, tipo, diferente disso, era tipo, deixa eu mudar a câmera primeiro. Vamos colocar aqui, que eu já vi um caso que era o seguinte. O caso. Se conheceram, se casaram no dia seguinte, fizeram lua de mel, e no que voltaram 1 semana depois, já estavam divorciados. Assim, é rápido. Casou, se conheceu, casou logo no dia seguinte, lua de mel, já no dia seguinte ao casamento, 1 semana depois que começou a lua de mel, já estavam voltaram pro Brasil já divorciados.
Describes Hannah's life as slowly being smothered by the expectations of her husband and the needs of her children. Daniel doesn't want to hire a nanny, so Hannah takes care of their 8 children alone. Hannah only experiences the pain relief of an epidural during the one birth Daniel didn't attend. The barn that was going to be a dance studio becomes a schoolhouse, and Hannah's sequined gowns are moved into the garage. Slowly but surely, the dreams of the ballerina are pushed out of the picture, while a tiny framed dancer hangs above the stove as a reminder of the life she could have had.
But hold on, have you seen the Nealman's response video?
I'm sorry, who are you again?
A physical representation of your inability to resist an unnecessary costume change.
Huh?
Sorry, I mean a simplified characterization of your ideological opposition that interrupts the video periodically for comedic effect.
Wow, how creative. No YouTuber has ever done this before.
Some might call me a straw man, but I go by Nancy.
Well, you're right, Nancy. The Nealmans did post a response video. They were, not happy.
A couple of weeks ago, we had a reporter come into our home to learn more about our family and business. We thought the interview went really well. We were taken back, however, when we saw the printed article, which shocked us and shocked the world by being an attack on our family and my marriage, portraying me as oppressed, with my husband being the culprit. This couldn't be further from the truth. Nothing we said in the interview implied this conclusion, which leads me to believe the angle taken was predetermined. We aren't done having babies. We are excited for our new farm store to open, and I can't wait to see what the future holds for the rest of it. But for now, I'm doing what I love most, being a mother, wife, a businesswoman, a farmer, a lover of Jesus, and making meals from scratch.
That British had an agenda.
Whoa, careful there, Nancy. We wouldn't want your husband to overhear you using that unladylike language now, would we? Contrary to popular belief, journalists are human, and humans have biases. Megan did not put a lot of effort in to conceal hers, and while I ultimately agree with many of her points, I think the article was diluted by her personal speculations about the Nealmans and her sloppy social commentary.
It was so bad she had to retract it and write an apology.
I don't know how that rumor started. The original article is still available, and Megan's follow-up was a retrospective, not a retraction. It's important to note that while the Nealmans disagreed with Hannah being framed as a victim, they didn't deny any of the basic details about their relationship that Megan published in either their video response or the statement on their website. Speaking of websites...
Is that really the segue you're going with?
Yep, speaking of websites, I'd like to take a second to talk about today's sponsor, Opera. The Opera desktop browser is packed with tons of unique features, like a built-in ad blocker that can get rid of pesky pop-ups with a single click, and a toggleable VPN that can protect your privacy online, providing explanations or translations when you highlight any text using real-time information from the web. Click the first link in my description and download the Opera desktop browser for free today.
Okay, are you done now?
But regardless of your feelings about Megan Agnew's interview and whether or not Hannah Nealman even identifies with the label, the article has once again ignited a fierce debate about trad wives. And I'm here to introduce something to the conversation: the internet's kryptonite, nuance. Oh my god!
I left the oven on!
Female hysteria. Am I right? You see, while many are mourning the crushed dreams of the ballerina turned housewife, others are a lot more skeptical.
I don't feel bad for Hannah Nealman of Ballerina Farm, because she lives in a hell of her own making. Hannah wasn't some naive, sheltered girl who never saw anything of the world. She chose to marry her husband, and she chose to give up her dream of being a ballerina. And now she chooses to glamorize her lifestyle and influence young women all over the world through her social media profiles. She is a willing participant in all of these things. When do we as women start to hold each other accountable for our own choices?
I completely get how it can be incredibly frustrating to watch thousands of people lavish unwanted pity on someone as privileged as Hannah Nealman. It's easy to say that she chose this life and seems happy, so why should we care? But I think this dismissal of Hannah's experience as a choice she made greatly underestimates the influence of religion.
Dinner's ready.
Okay, cool. You cannot analyze the...
I said dinner's ready!
Okay, I'm coming. You cannot analyze the ballerina farm outside of the context of Mormonism. Both Hannah and Daniel are practicing Mormons and were raised in traditional Mormon families. Now, religion isn't really my thing anymore, but I did devote almost 2 decades of my life to it. While I wasn't raised Mormon, I was taught many of the same values that Hannah was, and like Hannah, was on the receiving end of some very intense messaging quite literally since birth.
So I'm a former Mormon trad wife. I have 6 kids. I'm 38 years old. I don't have an education. I got married young. I had kids young. And I absolutely gave up on my hopes and dreams to choose the life that I have now. Now that I've been out of the church for 3 years, I will tell you that I was never actually given a choice. It's not fair to show someone 10 candy bars and say, hey, you can choose this candy bar, which is the right candy bar that you should choose, or you can choose these 9, which are poisonous and deadly, and if they don't kill you, they're going to kill all of your friends and family members. What would you like to choose?
If you haven't had the experience of being raised in a conservative religion that has a strong emphasis on gender roles and preserving a patriarchal hierarchy, it can be hard to understand just how much every single aspect of your life is influenced by the mandates of the church.
As an ex-Mormon woman, here's what I think is getting lost in a lot of the discourse around the Times article about Ballerina Farm. It's been super invalidating to see a lot of people saying, how dare we disempower a woman by suggesting that she cannot be happy making bread and making babies. It completely disregards the intense, every fiber of your being messaging that Mormon women and also many other Christian women get about their only value add to society is as wife, is as mother, is as homemaker.
These aren't influences that are easy to shake off either. You can't just run out the doors, dye your hair green, get an adventurous piercing that later rejected and move on with your life. Trust me, I tried that. And depending on your flavor of religion, the consequences for leaving, both in this life and the next, can be quite extreme.
I have a little bit of insight into this because I was raised Mormon. We are taught at a very, very young age what our roles are and how we are going to get into heaven. And as a woman, you have a uterus and you are there to populate the earth with as many Mormons as you can. Did you know that when a Mormon couple is married in the church, they're bound to each other, okay? They're not just bound together in life, they are bound together in eternity. If she were to leave him, she would still be bound to him. However, she would lose access to her children in eternity. They would no longer be hers. They are his. They belong to him. For a devout Mormon, that is terrifying. It's so much deeper than she's just promoting traditional values. This is the stuff that's been told to her her whole life.
So, are you really making a fair choice if you believe one option will lead to you losing everything you love and damning your immortal soul? Amen. Fellas, is it okay to feel bad for rich, white, cis, straight, able-bodied women? That's like a super loaded question. I like to think that empathy isn't a limited resource, and that the conversations surrounding these very visible, affluent families, like the Nealmans, can act as a barometer for the messaging trickling down to the less fortunate. Because as much as Hannah doesn't want to associate with the trad wife label and insists that she's just living her life, online content doesn't exist in a vacuum. It exists in the context of coconut trees, etc. You get it. Millions of people are consuming her videos every day, buying the fantasy that she is selling because, let's be clear, the lifestyle presented by Hannah and other ironically named trad wife influencers is a fantasy. When Nara Smith glides into frame in full glam describing the Michelin star meal she's preparing for her toddlers, she isn't exactly representing the experience of an actual traditional wife.
Oh, she is so beautiful and thin, and her kitchen is always so clean.
Exactly. She is posting a carefully manufactured
Yeah, it's fake,
image,
damn it.
An image like the Nealmans' hypnotically neutral-colored farmhouse that is tastefully propped up with immense amounts of wealth. In fact, Nara Smith's content is even further removed from reality than the ballerina farm. While Hannah has to fend off sticky, curious hands, Nara's kitchen is a sacred, well-lit domain where children are conveniently occupied by unseen helpers until the last few seconds of the video.
When I asked my toddlers what they wanted for lunch, they both wanted a grilled cheese. So that's exactly what I got started on. And the kids absolutely devoured this.
I bet they did. They had to wait 2 business days for lunch. The camera is not a passive observer. It's an active participant. Nara's kids couldn't give less of a that their mom made the bread and cheese for their sandwiches. It's all for you, the viewer. There's a reason you don't see trad wife influencers cleaning stains out of shirts, scrubbing toilets, or... Nancy. Sorry. That effortlessness is part of the brand. Every ingredient needed to satisfy her family's random requests just so happens to be lying around, even to the point of absurdity.
My sister's in town to visit, and she's been craving bubblegum so bad, but she ran out, so I just decided to make it for her. Before combining my gum base with some corn syrup, we were about to go to bed when I realized that we were all out of toothpaste, and so he started out by measuring.
Are we shopping at the same grocery stores? I don't think I've leveled up enough to unlock the aisles where they sell this stuff. The thing is, though, not all tradwife influencers are created equal. Some, like Hannah and Nara, simply film a curated view of the gender roles their faith dictates. Others use their platforms to directly promote marital submission as prescribed in religious texts like the Bible. And then there are those that simply throw on an apron for a few minutes to farm engagement. But all of these women contribute to a growing body of content that either implicitly or explicitly promotes the idea that a woman's place is in the home, that her delicate femininity can only survive within its walls. The tradwife influencer is a paradox, promoting a simple domestic life while she herself enjoys the freedom of expression and financial independence that women were denied for centuries. These women aren't traditional. They're business owners LARPing the 1950s. Just like your average nerd wants to get hammered and run around Ren Fair in chainmail without contracting the bubonic plague, these women want to wear vintage clothing and promote vintage ideals without acknowledging the troubling history behind the aesthetic. Because as much as conservatives bemoan the loss of high-value women posting montages of the good old days with vaguely racist undertones, the perfect housewives of the past were famously subjected to lobotomies or had to sedate themselves with barbiturates just to tolerate their lives. What?
Novo óleo Seda Aminosilk, com tecnologia que penetra fio a fio, para cabelos absurdamente macios que deslizam como...
This is mommy's little helper. Of those who managed without
meu já é bem macio, velho. Eu não preciso
medical
disso, não.
assistance, many did so by sacrificing their own
Bem macio.
health and happiness over and over
E
and
brilhoso.
over again.
People like you always act like we're one TikTok away.
Eu uso tipo o quê? Elseve, Dove, 3M. É isso. Esses três aí. Dove de hidratação, 3M de hidratação e reparação. E os Elseve de hidratação e hidratação intensa só.
From The Handmaid's Tale. We just want to stay home, bake bread, and have babies. Why are you so threatened by us?
This script has been sitting on my computer for a while now because I know that my job can basically be boiled down to professional talker, but I don't want to talk about these women.
Okay.
They're beautiful, they make delicious food, and I'm sure they love spending time with their families. It's just, when I see the commentary surrounding these tradwife accounts, I can't help but feel like the more this content is popularized, the more efforts for women's equality will begin to erode because this has happened before. Writer and activist Betty Friedan noticed a bizarre phenomenon that swept the United States during the 50s and 60s. Despite the leaps in progress made for women's rights in the preceding decades, young girls were suddenly retreating back into the home, getting married younger than ever, having more children than ever, with no other aspiration outside the role of housewife. Despite what Mary Poppins might imply, the protests for women's suffrage weren't cutesy choreography and frilly petticoats. Women starved themselves, were imprisoned, and even killed fighting for their rights to vote, to work, and to be educated. If these women in recent memory had suffered so much, how could their own daughters and granddaughters flee from such dearly won freedom? What happened? Friedan describes a creeping influence that began to permeate American life. Slowly but surely, the stories of brave heroines pursuing success and reports on world affairs were choked out of women's magazines by advice columns on happy marriages, sandwiched between ads for vacuum cleaners. Women's college attendance plummeted, and of those who did graduate, few went on to pursue a career. Why should they? The very educators whose responsibility it was to foster their intellect were the ones telling them over and over again that they would have to choose between having a family and having a job. The memory of the suffragette was distorted into an ugly, bitter spinster who compromised her own womanhood by demanding the same rights as men. Sound familiar? Women weren't forced into the home. They were gently lured back inside through the combined efforts of advertisers, academics, and politicians who all benefited from maintaining the status quo that suffragettes had upset. They sold women an idea that Friedan coined the feminine mystique, the title of her book. That's right. I'm one of those YouTubers who has books in their videos now. Friedan defines the feminine mystique as the assumption that women can find fulfillment through marriage and motherhood alone. But in her own experience, and the experience of countless other housewives across the country, even amongst the most socially privileged, this traditional position left them with intense feelings of dissatisfaction, fatigue, and general unhappiness. Now, to be clear, the feminine mystique has its serious blind spots. And when I say serious, I mean serious. But the warnings in this book are unfortunately as relevant today as they were in 1963. That the packaging for patriarchal values can be very pretty. In fact, they can be presented as reaffirming women's femininity, protecting them from the harshness of the outside world. Women should consider themselves lucky that they get to stay home and fulfill their biological destiny while men, I don't know, explore the stars. As Friedan puts it, protectiveness has often muffled the sound of doors closing against women.
Wait a second.
Nah, here we go.
I know what you are.
Say it. Out loud. Say it.
A feminist!
And it's at this point that I am forced to acknowledge that I am the traditionalists' worst nightmare. The thing that makes them toss and turn at night, terrified that their daughters will turn into a hairy, opinionated, tattooed, gender nonconforming, unmarried freak with too many piercings that lives alone with their cat.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies.
But worst of all, a feminist, a man-hater who draws unsuspecting girls to their doom with my siren's call, hell-bent on destroying the country.
But don't worry, you can kill them by driving a stake through their heart.
No, Nancy, that's vampire. Actually, technically you could kill a lot of things that way.
See?
There is so much misinformation about feminism online that it would probably be easier for me to explain to you what feminism is by telling you what it isn't.
I'm not a feminist. I can see men and I don't immediately feel threatened.
Actually, I have many male friends, and I'm dating a man. Sorry, Chaperone, I have failed you.
I'm not a feminist. I can wear dresses and feel pretty.
Not to brag or anything, but I actually think I look pretty phenomenal in a dress. Not that one, though. That one is, hideous.
I'm not a feminist. Thank you.
That's actually just basic politeness that everyone should participate in. The only factor that should determine who opens a door for who is whoever gets there first.
I'm not a feminist. I don't hate children.
Ah, those crazy feminists getting abortions for fun every weekend, hissing at passing strollers and plucking infants from cradles to put them in delicious children's stew.
No, you're talking about witches.
Nancy, language. There are so many feminists that are literally parents. I myself worked in childcare for many years, and even though, yes, they are excellent sources of protein, I am proud to say that no kids died on my watch.
I'm not a feminist. I can actually cook.
Cooking is actually like a super important skill that everyone should learn. Feminism views domestic tasks like cooking and cleaning as legitimate forms of labor instead of just assumed responsibilities for women. It's traditional men, not feminists, who view these tasks as beneath them, perhaps even openly bragging about not being able to do basic household chores.
I'm not sure in our entire marriage if I've ever done a full load of laundry.
I have not done anything around the house for 40 years. I've been a completely useless.
Mrs. Shapiro said, I'm not sure Ben knows how to do laundry, so I'll go with the dishes.
Ah, Nancy, can you do a quick tutorial for these poor, helpless men? Step 1, put clothes in washing machine. Step 2, put soap in washing machine. Step 3, let me know if I'm going too fast. Step 3, turn washing machine on.
I'm anti-feminist. Of course I birthed my baby at home.
There are countless very personal reasons why somebody might choose to have their baby at home or in a hospital. But the fact that you, and not the father of your child, were the one to make that decision is because of feminism.
I'm anti-feminist. Of course I track my menstrual cycle instead of taking toxic birth control.
Fertility awareness methods require a lot of discipline and are shown in studies to be less effective than other methods even when followed perfectly. But yet again, it is feminism that gives you this choice.
I'm anti-feminist. Of course I healed my menstrual cycle with raw liver and beef after 8 years of veganism.
What are you talking about?
The what?
What does beef have to do with anything?
I'm anti-feminist. Of course I know I can do whatever a man can do. Why would I want to?
Huh? Okay, clearly you guys need some help. So here are some actual critiques of feminism. You could point out that historically the movement has excluded people of color. Nancy, are you writing this down?
The movement has historically...
As well as LGBTQ plus voices. In fact, a very prominent Harry Potter writing feminist has been spearheading a black mold-fueled campaign against trans people for years now. I hope you like the taste of lawsuits, Chingy. But if you just want to call us ugly and mean, that's okay too, I guess. Though maybe you should shut the up and sit the down because, you know, you're not feminist. So maybe you should let the men do the talking. They're really good at it.
There isn't a woman on planet Earth that doesn't want to be led by their man.
No guy that wants to be with a girl that has a for sale sign on her.
Let me see the stats. What's your body count? How old are you? How much you weigh? Tell me.
What's your body count?
There's something so painfully ironic about women using the freedoms that feminism won for them to bash feminism. Their ability to build a platform at all is because of the decades of hard work that the very women they ridicule devoted their lives to.
I'm not gonna lie, don't tell the feminists, but I would rather stay home and cook and clean. There's something within me as a woman, maybe it's almost turning 25, that got me thinking, like, this cooking and cleaning thing isn't bad. Like, I just don't understand why women wanted to work. What was the point? Like, there is nothing satisfying about working.
Hey Mallory, guess what? You are working. Posting content online and profiting off of it is by definition a job. Not to mention that labor you're doing for your husband is stuff that he would have to pay hundreds of dollars to get someone else to do. If you like pretending it's the 50s so much, why don't you put your money where your mouth is? Oh wait, nowhere, because women in the US didn't even have the right to open a bank account until 1974. Now, even though we've taken this little detour, or long detour, to talk about feminism, I'd like to point out that a lot of support that I've seen for tradwife content online has been from feminists. These feminists insist that the ability to choose between being a tradwife or not being a tradwife is what feminism is all about. And to a point, I do agree. But I think that feminism that only focuses on women's agency to make decisions and doesn't investigate the social pressures behind these decisions and consequences for these decisions leaves women vulnerable to exploitation. Because while these TikTokers get to cosplay being a trad wife, real stay-at-home moms suffer the consequences, and women deserve to know what they are risking. Ever wonder why you never seem to see older trad wife influencers? That's because a lot of older trad wives...
Work today is broken. We're all working in too many disconnected apps, and it's killing team productivity. But for the first time, there's a...
have stories to tell.
For those of you who don't know, I was a stay-at-home housewife from when I was 17 to nearly 27. I was incredibly submissive, and I loved him absolutely unconditionally, regardless of what he did to me. I wasn't allowed to get tattoos. He had absolute say over what I looked like. He would decide how I dressed, how I wore my hair. I learned how to cook like a chef because his expectation was, from the time I was, again, 17 years old, was that I made everything from scratch. When you leave, you have no ability to make your own money. You have no financial independence. You have to figure out how to untangle all of his wants over your needs. I am still a good 10, 15 years behind everyone else my age.
In 1995, got married. 1997, had my first baby. 2000, had my second. 2004, had my third. No career, no education beyond a high school diploma. It is what I wanted, having no understanding of the consequences that I'm now facing. And then fast forward to 2016, we're divorced, and I'm starting at the bottom with no job experience. Now I'm 49 years old. I'm struggling financially because I don't have 20 years of work experience. Being a stay-at-home mom is both rewarding and extremely sacrificing. I wish I had known then what I know now. I wish I had had people like me telling me what I'm telling you now.
You see, at the end of the day, I really don't care if a woman truly believes that she can achieve complete fulfillment through being a wife, a mother, and a homemaker. I promise I'm not gonna clockwork orange her with stock market charts and Excel tutorials. My real problem with the trad wife lifestyle is that it can be really dangerous. Traditional marriage is often explained as an equivalent exchange, support for security, comfort for cash.
The man, he is the provider, the main breadwinner. He goes out of the house and works. The woman, the wife, she is the homemaker.
But the husband is holding all the cards.
Já vou, calma.
Peixe super crocante.
Calma, já vou.
Só que é bom e quente.
É, só que eu já vou. Voltei.
If he decides to walk away from the table, the wife is left with no job, no education, and years of missing work experience. The wife's well-being is completely dependent on the goodwill of the husband. If he's a good guy, things are good. If he's a bad guy, things can get really, really bad. Especially if the woman has been isolated from any outside support network. You add a dash of religious fervor, a pinch of social stigma against divorce, and you've got a recipe for misery gumbo.
My husband would never. He loves me.
I really, truly, deeply hope that that's true. But how do you know for sure? And what if he changes?
That would never happen.
But so many women have said that and been proven wrong.
You're just jealous of me.
Nancy,
Why
Nancy,
can't you just let me
please
be
just
happy?
listen.
Get out! Get out of my house! Get out! Get out!
Well, I wish I could say that that was the first time someone's kicked me out for yapping too much. I'm sure there are going to be many people commenting paragraphs underneath this video citing historic precedent, religious texts, biology, psychology, feminine and masculine energy, anything they can to convince me that a woman's natural place is in the home. But if it's so natural for women to be submissive housewives, why do so many men feel the need to scream at women from pulpits and podiums and places of power to stay in their place?
I think it is you, the women, who have had the most diabolical lies told to you. You may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world.
Why so insistent that women's accomplishments must always come second to their duty as wife and mother, even when they cross the finish line first? Why do companies scramble to remind women to keep centering men in their lives, ridiculing the 4B movement so they can continue to sell men access to potential partners, but also sometimes potential victims? How many Einsteins have spent their lives washing dishes? How many Mozarts bent over stoves instead of pianos because they had the misfortune of being born a woman? While skimming through tradwife content on TikTok, I saw many women scoffing at the idea of fighting for equality. How could any woman prefer the rat race over peaceful domesticity? Because of those meddling feminists, I have to go to work in the morning.
And I just think about how so many of us, since we were little, we were raised in this kind of boss babe feminist society that told us you can be so much more than just a mom. You can be so much more than just a wife. And so many of us listened and we, tried to climb corporate ladders and we boss babed so hard. Now, we're a little bit boss babed out.
But that's just capitalism, babes, and I don't think becoming a tradwife is the clever exploit you think it is. It's just exchanging corporate drudgery for another form of servitude, a form of servitude that has no salary, no HR department, and no 401k. Not to mention that the reality for a lot of women is getting hit with the double whammy of working a 9 to 5 only to come home to a second shift of household duties and childcare that their male partner refuses to participate in. You might have noticed that there is a lack of statistics in this video. When I first started writing this, I had this idea in my head that I was going to make an absolutely watertight, highly researched essay like those super smart commentary YouTubers I like to watch who post a 7-hour-long video every other leap year. And maybe I will do that one day, but right now, if I'm being honest, I'm just tired. I shouldn't have to present statistics when I say that women have a wealth of contribution to offer industry and academia. Though, according to the Pew Research Center, women account for over 50% of the college-educated labor force in the United States. I shouldn't have to present statistics when I say it's a really bad idea for women to live their lives at the mercy of their husbands. Though, according to the National Domestic Violence Hotline, 1 in 4 women has experienced severe physical violence by an intimate partner. Because unlike a lot of people making videos on this topic, I've actually had to live this. I was raised by a traditional Christian wife in a traditional Christian community. There is a lot of hurt there that is not completely mine to share, but trust me when I say I have seen the terror men can wield when they believe that the submission of their wife and children is their God-given right. If you've been watching this and you feel like I've been a bit overdramatic, I don't blame you. But I would like to remind you that we have a presidential candidate who has surrounded himself with people whose involvement with Project 2025 is public knowledge. This document outlines plans to restrict women's access to healthcare and birth control, remove protections for LGBTQ+ people and people of color, and reinstate traditional gender roles as outlined by a certain interpretation of the Christian Bible. Amongst many other radical changes, it would be, as the kids say, a major L for the US. If you're a traditional wife, and even after everything I've said, you want to continue in this role, that's fine. Though I do hope you have a plan B in case things go wrong, and not the one Republicans are trying to ban. I want you to have the right to do so and have your decision be respected despite my reservations and experiences, but I also want a world where there's a place for me and people like me, so if your husband does let you participate in this election cycle, here's a quick tip. You can lie to him when he asks who you voted for. Maybe this video was just me screaming into the void wearing goofy costumes, but I hope I've given a voice to the fears that some of you viewers have also felt. I don't hate trad wives, not even the fake ones, but I felt like I had an obligation, given what I've been through and given what the women in my life have been through, to talk about the realities of choosing this path. At best, the trad wife lives her life comfortably in a gilded cage. At worst, she's caught in a death trap.
Not that one. Next on our list is Castlevania 3, which in many ways is the true follow-up. No, I already reviewed that game. So anyway... No. Stop. Stop. Stop! This game is the unholy fuckness. You probably remember it as my first game review. That was 5 years ago, before I took on the regular duty of playing shitty duty. Back then, I wasn't as hardcore. I used a code and I skipped over a lot of the game. So now it's my second chance, because I'm going to do it for real this time. I only scraped the surface off this smelly turd, and after that, it really starts to stink. Just to clarify, though this game is terribly flawed, it still has a lot of nostalgic value for me. The graphics and the music are fantastic, and it still has that Castlevania atmosphere. Oh, then there's parts like that. Why is it necessary to interrupt the game like that so often? You need hearts to buy stuff, and when you die, you lose all your hearts and you have to start from scratch. So if you're trying to buy something, your best bet is to stay in one spot that you feel safe and just keep killing the same enemies over and over. I mean, what fun is that? When it's nighttime, you're just totally screwed because the stores are all closed. So the only thing you have to do is just wait for daytime and chase zombies around. Ugh, get over here, you fucking zombie piece of shit. It's times like this when you get real bored, you find glitches, like at the door. Why does the holy water just stop? For some reason I always found that amusing. I could do that for hours. This is the first Castlevania game to adopt a non-linear style, where you have to roam around and explore. It's a neat idea, just not executed too well. The whole plot is that after Simon destroyed Dracula in the first game, all his body parts were scattered into different mansions. Now, Simon has to rid the curse of Dracula once and for all, and to do this, he has to go into each mansion and throw a fucking oak stake at an orb. You now possess Dracula's rib. Or wait, possess? Possess? Are you kidding me? Well, anyway, it's boggled my brain to no end. How is anybody supposed to know to throw an oak stake at an orb? So I found this one clue. It reads, a symbol of evil will appear when you strike the stake. Gee, that really helps. Couldn't it at least mention, like, where you're supposed... A pair? A pair? Does anybody... A pair! It goes to show how much effort they spent on the game when they can't even get the fucking text right. The text itself seems to be one of the main issues. Not just spelling errors, but the information too. It seems like they're giving you clues, but they never make any sense, and most of the time they're just flat out lies. In adventure games, especially RPGs, getting clues is a big part of the game. So as a gamer, you're inclined to regard what they say as true. After all, why else would it be in the game? To confuse the shit out of you, that's why. The part that's disturbed me the most is that when you walk in this house, you find this old creepy bitch sitting on the floor. Looks like roadkill with a mop on top. She says, let's live here together. Okay, fine, we'll just live here. Yeah, so, nice place. To sum things up, reading anything in this game is just as useless as the guy in Zelda 2 who says, I am error. That's why this is what you call a Nintendo Power game. Of course, there's the wall, where you have to select the red crystal, kneel down, and then wait for a tornado. But that's just the beginning. There's a part where you have to go under a lake. I can just barely see the platform, so I get the idea that I'm supposed to go down there. But if you touch the water, you die. You have to select the blue crystal, then you kneel down for a few seconds, and then you can go through the water. Who the fuck is supposed to figure that out? There's another spot where you have to go into a cemetery and drop a piece of garlic so you can get a silver knife. Who's this person in a robe who waits in a cemetery for someone to come by and drop garlic? So there's the cryptic parts, but then there's parts which are just plain annoying. Some of the jumps are outrageous. Oh, man, get up there. Then there's these blocks. It doesn't look that hard. It seems like you could just hop on over. But if your timing isn't 100% accurate, your jump doesn't reach. I'm gonna try again. Oh, this game is poopy. The most annoying enemies in this game that I never forget are the blobs. They just bounce all over the place. You can't get away from them, especially if you're on the stairs. Oh, what? Let's take a look at that again. I'm on the stairs, totally defenseless. The blob knocks me off and I fall through the fake block. That is so fucking cheap.
The most annoying hazard in this game is water.
Seriously, water? Why is that such an issue? Oh, come on, that wasn't even on the same screen. The last thing to mention are the bosses. There's very few of them, and let me tell you, they got lazy with these bosses. I mean, real lazy.
You know how hard the Grim Reaper is in the first game? Well, if you do, then wait till you see how hard he is here. Damn, I'm lucky I got past that Grim Reaper. Then, of course, you walk through an empty castle to fight the easiest end boss in video game history. And there you have Castlevania 2.
Well, that was a mouthful, but we should conclude this episode with the last of the NES trilogy, Castlevania 3, Dracula's Curse.
In this game, you take control of Trevor Belmont, an ancestor of Simon's who battles Dracula for the first time, making this game a prequel. It goes back to the basic style of the first game, but has two main innovations. The first thing, you often come to a fork in the road where you get to choose which path to take. The other thing is that you get to play as other characters whom you meet along the way. There's Grant, who climbs on walls, Sypha, who has magic spells, and Alucard, who can turn into a bat, but you need enough hearts to do it. Alucard happens to be Dracula's son. The name Alucard's Dracula spelled backwards, and it came from the 1943 movie Son of Dracula. With these innovations, I think it's the best Castlevania game on the NES. But it's also the hardest. There's a stage where the screen keeps moving up. If you're caught at the bottom, you die. What kind of logic is that? In Trevor Belmont's world, what killed him? The TV screen? So you can't waste any time. You gotta keep going up. No, what the shit was that fucking nonsense? Tell me that's fair to make you have to hurry only to have knights appear out of nowhere. Your greatest hazard in this game is not pits, not water or spikes or anything like that. It's the stairs. The fucking stairs are your worst nightmare. If you're next to the stairs and you try to use your special attack, the attack doesn't work. Instead, you go up the stairs. Look at this. Like, God, get down. I want to attack the knight. Oh, God, get off the stairs. Oh, God, you're defenseless. When you're on the stairs, your ass is fucked. How about the floor? Let's make the floor a death trap too. Okay, that's fine if you want to play shit like that, but how in the holy goddamn mother shit fucking Christ of cunt fuck am I supposed to attack the enemy when the fucking floor's falling down? Did the game developers expect you to be some kind of miracle multitasker? Thank God for Alucard. See, I can cheat too, you rotten bastard. Oh, and when you're using Sypha's freeze spell, whatever you do, don't freeze the enemy projectiles. That was a disaster. And that's the way this whole game is. It's just an ongoing train wreck.
This fucker's got no mercy. This is the reason why Game Genie was invented. But I'm not doing that because I'm gonna do this legit. Now where's that extra live code?
Help me. That's it. You spell help me. Isn't that the most appropriate password you ever heard? Because anyone who plays this game, that's exactly what you're thinking. I've made it to Dracula, but never beaten him. Wherever you stand, 2 towers of fire come up, trapping you, while another tower comes up in the middle. How are you supposed to dodge that? It gets you every time. The worst thing about this is that when you die, it doesn't start you back at the stairs. No, not like the other games. Instead, it sends you all the way back to the beginning of the stage. It's fucking relentless. And Dracula has 3 forms. You're telling me you have to make it all the way through the stage and fight 3 forms of Dracula without any fucking continues or power-ups? Are you mad? How are you supposed to do that?
there's any game that puts you in a bad mood, it's Castlevania 3. You know? Like, if you want a game that'll piss you off, putting this game in your Nintendo is like running open-armed out into a rainstorm of piss. You want to go balls to the wall? Well, there's one way to put your balls to the wall, and that's to stick your dick in an electric outlet. You want to play shit tennis with an orangutan while having your head up a hyena's asshole? Well, good luck. Well, that finishes off the Castlevania trilogy. But there's more memories to be shared. Because Dracula never dies, Halloween is going overtime, it's a Castlevania-thon. Oh! Oh!
When the 1980s came to an end, the Castlevania trilogy was already etched into my mind as classic. It was the archetype of both the action and horror genres and a masterpiece in side-scrolling gaming. Roughly at the turn of the decade came the 16-bit era. I had no idea that it could actually get better. In 1991, Castlevania made its transition to the new Super Nintendo. But this wasn't just Castlevania 4, oh no, this was Super Castlevania 4, and well worthy of that title. The graphics and sound just blew my fucking balls off. The haunting and chilling atmosphere of the old games was now like a walk through the park with the Care Bears. This time, I was really getting scared. At the time, this must have been the greatest opening to any video game yet. The fog keeps rolling in until it envelops the shattered gravestone and almost seems to be creeping into the room itself. And then, of course, we have the game. Oh yeah, this is where it's at. The graphics give a supreme demonstration of what the Super Nintendo could do. There's not two levels that look alike, and the attention to detail is exquisite. The first time I played, I didn't even notice that skull in the background. If you look close enough, you can see bats flying out. There's a stage where the background spins, giving you a three-dimensional effect. Then there's the room that rotates two-dimensionally, and you have to hang on to your whip. It gives you a feeling of disorientation that I hadn't felt yet in a game. But the best advantage, the most important thing that they improved here, was the control. The choppy stiffness of the earlier games, gone. Now, it's fluent and perfect. You can whip straight up, down, or in any direction. That's 8 directions you can whip. If you hold down the button and fuck about with the D-pad, you can do all kinds of tricks. It doesn't have much purpose, but it's pretty cool. Being able to whip any way you want makes it easier to attack enemies while you're in mid-air. Not to mention, when you jump, you have more ability to control where you land. You can even move while crouching. The control is perfect. And that's the key word here, control. You feel like you're in control. It's almost like Simon Belmont can do anything, even moonwalk. It's as if you are Simon Belmont and fully immersed in the game. That means that the difficulty isn't all about stiff controls and cheap deaths, but this time in genuine, fair challenge. For the most part. As far as the story goes, it's more or less a remake of the first game. Some fans might have been a little disappointed that there's no other playable characters and it goes back to the linear style, but that's how I like it best, straightforward and simple. The replay value is high for me, and I'd pop this fucker in any day. In its final stages, it plays the music from all 3 of the NES games. It's like nostalgic memories of a Nintendo game within another Nintendo game. That's it, the perfect Castlevania game. But what would come next? We had a sequel, a prequel, and a remake. which direction could the series go after this? At this point, my expectations were soaring in the heavens, and I couldn't wait for Castlevania V. This is where the disappointment began, and forever kept rolling downhill like a ball of dog dookie down a muddy slope. I opened up the pages of Nintendo Power, and there it was, Castlevania Dracula X. I said it out loud to myself.
Castlevania Dracula X. I wondered, why not just call it Castlevania 5? Well, that's what I thought back then, but if only I knew the original Japanese title, Devil's Castle Dracula X Rondo of Blood. Just rolls right off your tongue.
É dos melhores
The
Castlevania.
original version on the PC Engine would be unknown in North America for years to come until it was eventually released on the PSP.
Rondo of Blood.
The Super Nintendo version is often seen as a butchered port, but I think it's a decent addition to the series.
É jogo muito bom.
In this game, you take control of a new Belmont named Richter. He's not quite as skilled with the whip. Once again, you're restricted to only whipping in a horizontal manner, a major downfall from the previous game.
Throwing special items on the stairs, once again it's a little tricky because you have to use the D-pad.
Unlike the last game, which conveniently used the R button, this time you're back to the NES control of using up plus the attack button. However, you do have a backflip, which can come in handy sometimes. But for the most part, you're ill-equipped to deal with the unfair challenges. The distances you're expected to jump are stretched so far that the only way to make them is if you jump from the absolute edge, as close as you can possibly get without falling off. The frustration in this game is back full fucking force. Every level is an endurance, and you'll be begging for a pork chop all the time. The final battle with Dracula is impossible. Fucking possible. Is it bad enough Dracula turns into a devil wearing a Speedo? But on top of that, you have to hop across platforms? Anywhere you stand, one hit will knock you off and kill you. Dracula X was a decent game, but not a worthy successor to the masterpiece Castlevania 4, so the search was still on. Now let me explain something for a minute. I couldn't afford more than one game system at a time, plus a library of games to support it, so I passed on PlayStation in favor of the next Nintendo console. I was sure that the same way the Super Nintendo impressed me so much, the Nintendo 64 would come along
É
and do
dos
the same,
jogos mais
delivering the
bizarros
next best
agora do
Castlevania. I was
Castlevania.
ready to have my balls blown off by Austin.
Infelizmente o cara perdeu o Symphony of the Night, que é dos melhores, que é facilmente o melhor Castlevania, né?
Once again. There were two games, one simply titled Castlevania and the other Castlevania Legacy of Darkness. They were both released the same year and share the same style of gameplay. Like Mario and Zelda, Castlevania was making a leap to the third dimension. The graphics are good for Nintendo 64 standards, but I find them unappealing because it's the beginning of the 3D age and they haven't perfected it yet. It's that awkward period between the old and the new. Now, because both these games are so similar, I'm only going to talk about this one. If I talk about every game, I'll be doing this till next year. After all, this is the last Castlevania game I played when it was new, closing my personal recollection of how I experienced the series. You get a choice between two characters, Reinhardt and Carrie. Reinhardt uses the whip.
The control is awkward. I don't know what it is, but it just seems like Castlevania was made to be in 2D. I don't know, just for some reason, Ocarina of Time worked out so much better.
So I'm going with Carrie, because at least she has a projectile, giving you a longer range. But now I'm playing as like a schoolgirl. It doesn't look anything like Castlevania anymore. In this stage, you have to pull levers to open gates. So when you get to a lever, it says operate the mechanism, yes or no. Why does it bother asking me this? Obviously I want to pull the lever. What's my other option? To just stare at the fucking background? The enemies are a complete joke. A Frankenstein monster wielding a chainsaw? What? Skeletons on motorcycles? And this game takes place in 1852. Was there fucking motorcycles back then? The music, Sucks. It just sucks. Think it sucks? Listen. It sucks. There is no fucking music. The control is what kills it. You grab onto these steps, and when you try to climb up, you just move back and forth. You want to know what your worst enemy is in this game? Medusa heads? No. Stairs? No. Water? No. This time, it's the camera itself. You can never situate the camera at the right angle to see what the hell you're doing. It just points wherever it wants. Okay, so now I'm at a part where I'm supposed to destroy a cracked wall using 2 separate items. So I gotta find these 2 items and combine them together so they make some kind of explosive chemical. One's called a mandragora and the other is nitro. I got the mandragora first, but now when I try to pick up the nitro, it's telling me I can't carry them together because they'll explode. So, okay, I guess I gotta carry them one at a time. No problem, right? Well, I carried the mandragora over this cracked wall, and guess what? I just realized I have no clue how to put this thing down. There's no drop or throwaway option, nothing. I tried putting it in these garbage chutes on the wall, but still no luck. Then I found these statues that talk to you. At first, I thought they were just giving you hints, letting you know what to do with the nitro and mandragora, but since I can't seem to place the stuff on the ground, I figure I have to talk to these statues in order to even use the items at all. Even though that makes no sense, that's like talking to a fire hydrant so you can use dynamite to demolish a building. But anyway, talking to the statues doesn't work either. Turns out I was supposed to get the nitro first, but now that I'm stuck holding the mandragora, there's nothing I can do. The game's over. What a fatal flaw. Just because you miss some object, it won't let you continue. I don't know what else to do, so the only other thing I can think of is to start the entire game over. And this time, make sure to get the nitro first. Well, I did just that. I started all the way back from the beginning, made it all the way back to the castle center. So...
Pedro, amanhã acordou cedo.
Já vou.
Vamos.
Já vou.
Here we are. I got the nitro first. Now I'm heading over to the cracked wall again. Oh shit, it's explosive. That means you have to walk really slow and be careful not to touch anything. You're not even allowed to jump. Shit.
Eu já vou. Calma.
Damn.
Se eu colocar lá no lugar.
And every time it happens, you go back to the save spot. Oh my god, this takes forever. Come on. Come on. Oh, this is so boring. Well, finally, after about a half hour of walking incredibly slow, I made it to the cracked wall. Well, at least I have the nitro this time. Right? What the fuck? I still can't use the item? I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Life sucks. Life fucking sucks, and so does this game. After Castlevania on Nintendo 64, I'd given up hope for the next great game in the series. Several years later, I realized I'd been looking in the wrong place. Like I said before, I stuck with the Nintendo consoles, and I missed out on the other Castlevania games, like Castlevania Bloodlines on the Sega Genesis. That's what you call Castlevania. Traditional side-scrolling action, familiar yet fresh. It takes place all over Europe rather than just strictly in Transylvania. You get a choice of two characters, John Morris and Eric Lacarde. I wonder what happened to the Belmonts. Who are these people? Well, supposedly John Morris is the son of Quincy Morris from Dracula, the Bram Stoker novel.
That just blew my mind. It's like now we're bringing the novel into it? So the whole canon of the games is now with the canon of the book, and it's like taking two cans and put them together.
Anyway, this is a great game for the Sega Genesis library, but it's still not on par with Castlevania 4. Whipping in 8 directions, the moonwalking, all that's gone. The graphics, the sound, the gameplay, it's all really good, but it's not as good. Then I turned to the PlayStation, the console which I underestimated so much. There I found Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Holy hot damn, this is fucking good. The graphics and sound are superb, but there is some pretty cheesy voice acting.
Die, monster! You don't belong in this world!
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets! But enough talk! Have at you!
The game's a sequel to Dracula X. In the opening scene, you play as Richter Belmont battling Dracula. The rest of the game, you play as Alucard, who's powerful as fuck. Anything that stands in your way, no matter how big, one hit and it just fucking explodes. That is until you meet Death, who takes all your weapons away. Now, Alucard sucks. All you get is his dinky sword, and every enemy takes like 9 million hits to kill. As you go through the game, you gain power-ups and upgrade your weapons, which is like many games, but to start you off with the good weapons and then take them away is just fucking teasing you. Alucard has this backward dash, but I never found a reason to use it other than to go slightly faster. And what are these skeletons shooting lasers out their cocks? The one thing I truly hate about this game is that whenever you die, you go back to the main menu. In the other games, you get a continue screen. That's all you need, right? But here, you gotta wait for the screen to melt. Then you gotta stare at the game over screen. Oh, come on. This takes forever. And then it's back to the title screen. Hit start, then select the file, wait for the screen to load, and then pick your saved game. Anal bag, that's me. Then you gotta wait for the game to load. Come on! And finally, you continue from your last save point. That is fucking atrocious. The boss battles are epic. In the end, you have to fight a dark priest named Shaft. But what's up with the name? Seriously, Shaft? And after that, you fight Dracula, and just, wow. Holy shit. The last and most important thing I have to address with this game is its gameplay style. It's the major breakthrough, what sets it apart from the previous games in the series. Instead of the simple linear style, it goes for a Metroid style with endless forks in the road, save points, and a map system. It's exactly like Metroid, and that's why many fans refer to it as Metroidvania. It also has some RPG elements. By fighting monsters, you earn experience points, and when you get enough experience points, you level up your power. There's all kinds of potions and items and armor, weapons and sub-weapons. And this is a huge game. It takes hours to get through the castle. Does Dracula really need such a big place to live? And if that's not enough, you have to go through the whole castle all over again, upside down. Anyway, this Metroid style of Castlevania would become the dominant style of Castlevania for the rest of time. Sure, there was a 3D game every now and then, and it pretty much took on every style imaginable, but never again was there another classic linear Castlevania. The console versions continued to experiment, while the portable versions followed Symphony of the Night as the example. Pretty much the whole games take place inside the castle. I missed all that spooky scenery. The old games had cemeteries and forests. I mean, since when did the whole game have to take place inside the castle? Since Symphony of the Night, that's when. This is where Castlevania seem to become more distant from the classic games and gravitate away from what I originally loved about it. They have so much text, and the storylines were getting ridiculous. In Dawn of Sorrow, Dracula's castle emerges from a solar eclipse in Japan. I thought Japan had enough trouble with Godzilla stomping around. Now they have Dracula too? By the way, that's a nice cover, isn't it? It's like a game within a game. Anyway, Symphony of the Night is often considered to be the best of the whole series. While I think it's an amazing game, my favorite is still Castlevania 4. The control was so satisfying in that game. Alucard's sword is not as much fun as Simon Belmont's whip. Sure, there is a way to unlock Richter Belmont, but this is only after you've already beaten the game. You can't whip in all directions, but you can do that little twirly thing, and Richter has some neat special moves. But I still prefer the feel of Castlevania 4, and being in total control of my whip. But for the most part, I think the challenge is better. In Symphony of the Night, whenever you come to a hard part, there always seems to be an easier way around it. You can turn into a bat and fly over, or sometimes you need to get more experience points, or there might be some weapon you need to equip, or an item that improves your stamina, or resists fire, or makes you immune to certain magic spells. There's so many variables here. In Castlevania 4, all you had was your own wit. You don't rely on tricks, it's just you and the game. And the only way to beat it is to beat it with your mind and your reflexes. And that, to me, is what Castlevania is all about. And once you've beaten the game in the wee hours of the morning and watched the castle crumble, you reflect on all that time you just spent. The credits sequence shows little replays from each level. It's like watching old memories. And that's what the Castlevania games are for me. Memories that will last forever. I have a lot of NES games. Look at all these fucking games. So many choices. Which one should I play? Well, here's a question. Which one's different from the rest? Huh? Which one juts out like a fucking piece of shit? This one. And look, what's that? Why, it's another game hiding behind it. It sure is a unique specimen. If it had only been for this, I'd say it's pretty strange, but the way it protrudes out, too, definitely makes it the most oddly shaped of the whole collection. Being that this is one of those unlicensed hack fucks, it won't play in a classic Nintendo, unless you stick another game on it. So that's what it's for. But all the other unlicensed games didn't have to do that, so why this one? It's just like Super Noah's Ark 3D, the only Super Nintendo game where you had to do that. If you play it on the top loader, then it works just like a regular game. It does look lonely and stupid, so I guess you could stack shit on top if you want.
You know what? I noticed something really weird. These are the only two games I know of that have that weird thing where you guys stick the game on the top, but they also both involve animals, slingshots, and fruit. I wonder if there's a connection. Probably not.
Anyway, what do you expect of a game based off of Little Red Riding Hood? You're familiar with the story, right? It goes something like this. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Little Red Riding Hood. She liked to jump in the air and whistle out her vagina. She kicked at trees until Big Bird's ball sack would appear.
What? That's not the story? Oh, well, excuse me, because this isn't Little Red Riding Hood. This is Little Red Hood, yeah! Not to be confused. I don't know, really, the real reason why it's called Little Red Hood instead of Little Red Riding Hood is...
Já vou! Calma!
I have no fucking idea.
So this is the game. You just look at it and it sucks. It doesn't come as a surprise. It's not like there's any expectations to meet. It's not Spider-Man or Batman or something cool. It's a fucking fairy tale. So it doesn't even need to try to be bad. Well, just hold that thought, because pretty soon you're gonna see how it goes way beyond your wildest nightmares. The first thing you try to figure out is how to attack. The B button makes her kick, but it doesn't do a damn thing. It's like the stick in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Why do they give you an attack that doesn't do shit? On the cover of the fucking game it shows her kicking an enemy. Why can't you do it in the game? Why do they have to fucking lie? The only thing the kick can be used for is kicking palm trees to make cherries appear. But please, God, tell me one thing. Why are there cherries coming out of a fucking palm tree? So that's it for the kick, so let's try the A button, which makes you jump. Can you use this as an attack? Nope. Well, that pretty much cancels it all out. But there's guys running all over the place trying to kill you. There's gotta be some way to attack, right? Well, sometimes when you pick up a rock, you might uncover a white dog, and if you're lucky, the dog will eat the bad guys. So that's basically your attack. Mario jumps on people, Link uses a sword, Little Red Hood uses a dog that she finds under a rock. I can't believe I'm explaining this. It's not even like you control the dog, it just wanders around. So you just have to hope that the dog and the bad guys accidentally walk into one another. Let's check out the store. The store always sells the same 3 items, even when there's 2 stores right next to each other. What's the point of that? It's like fucking Starbucks at every street corner. The first item is a potion that makes you invincible. It only works for a few seconds, so it's not worth the investment. The second item is a heart that regains your health.